they are not in the game yet. Because, because, wait, did I say they are not in the game? I did not mean to say that. I meant to say they are not in the current page, but they are in the game, and I will be throwing them on the screen whenever they become relevant, such as right now. So you should all be able to see each other and your hit points, ACs, whatever other relevant values. They are bigger than they should be. But ideally you guys should be able to move them and alter your own hit point and stuff. Can you see the actual number? I mean, everyone can see each other's numbers. Yeah, it should only be for the token. So that's weird. Ah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a bar, but I need to click the token for the numbers to pop up for me to see, and it would be easier to just have the bar there so I don't have to click the token to see it. So I figured out what was the setting, so now you should only be able to see your own numbers. But that should work. Yeah. Also for the people on the stream, they can also see how badly you guys are doing. It is surprising, yeah. By the way, Alpha, I corrected your character. You did do a last minute change in your hit points. I mean, you change your strength and your constitution. By doing that, you lost one hit point. Because it's your class hit points, which is 12, plus your constitution modifier hit points that you get at first level. And because you have because you have reduced your constitution to 17, your constitution modifier became +3, so you have only 15 hit points now.
Not to interrupt, but I see people in voice put in text saying they can't hear the players.
I just fixed that. Now everyone should be able to hear everyone else.
Hi.
Oh no.
Hi ho.
Which is not surprising at all that we're doing a lot of hiccups in here, but things are still going on. So the last thing we need is to throw in some music and then we can begin the game. Bring it back.
Professional strum.
Yeah. Bringing back everyone's favorite.
Country roads.
No, not country roads. By the way,
West Virginia.
Quickly pausing the music. All of you should have noticed that the rhythm bot has popped up on the stream on Discord. You can reduce its volume if you prefer to You can change your own music settings to be lower or higher. Just right click on the rhythm bot on Discord and reduce or increase its volume according to your own preferences. Everyone
I
got
had
that?
to unmute the thing because it's muted on my server.
Everyone got that?
I think it's not playing right now.
Yeah, it's not playing. I paused it so you guys could hear me because it should have come in as very loud. Alright, so we should be done and ready. Finally, about to get to gaming, finally. So, a little bit of hiccups, but we should be good to go now. Just setting up my own screen because I didn't do that before. So, everyone, welcome to Conquerors of Nolyn. It's my new game, which is, like I said yesterday, is to you guys on session 0, it is a spiritual successor, a sequel of my current still ongoing campaign for a while. It takes place in the future of said campaign, but because I did not have time to go through my notes and decide the exact date, it does not really matter. It's just in the future for now. I will be giving you guys a little bit more of that in the next session. But anyway, so everyone, in the last many years, well, to be more precise, about 50 years ago, the northern kingdoms started exploring a little bit more the world at whole. Trade with the southern kingdoms became a little bit more halted every time more and more because of the southern kingdom's paranoia regarding magic. So the northern kingdoms started seeking other lands where they could find resources that they were no longer getting from the southern kingdoms. By doing that, they directed their gazes westward and eventually found and discovered new lands, the lands of Nolyn. In the following years, a huge colonization effort started going on in Nolyn. Many people were sent there as researchers, explorers, merchants, traders, all sorts of people trying to discover what was it. But immediately after Nolyn's discovery, a lot of people started dying because it was full of beasts and monsters and creatures that had not been seen in centuries. So they did the next logical thing, which is stop sending important people and start sending disposable people, such as volunteers and exiles. So, in the following years, many exiles were sent to Nolyn. They started slowly but surely settling a new land. And as time went on, all sorts of trading problems and revolutions happened in southern Nolyn, which led those colonies to gain independence from the kingdom of Kyria, highlighted in red in the map. But that does not concern any of you, because you do not have anything to do with Kyria and its colonies. All of you, at some point, hail from the kingdom of Mythos. A huge portion of land inhabited mainly by animal folk races and other monstrous races. They, instead of taking their eyes southwards, they started colonizing the north. So you can see highlighted in blue the Mythos colonies. There's a lot of places over there. Eventually, rumors started talking about a magical resurgence in Nolyn. And indeed, a lot of people, arcanists and researchers and studios, noticed that indeed there was an increase in magical essence in the world. And a lot of people theorized that whatever magical resurgence this was has to do with Nolyn, where rumors also came of people reporting sightings of dragons, or at least one dragon. As you all know, dragons have been extinct for centuries, but now there are rumors that a last dragon remains and hides in the west, somewhere in Nolyn. All those rumors, and many other things, have turned all of you into seeking passage westward to explore these new lands and chase after some personal goal or objective that you may have, and in turn grow as a person or animal person and become stronger enough that so you may achieve whatever goals you have set for yourselves. All of you boarded in the city of Capaya some weeks ago aboard the Flaming Dragon, a ship commandeered by Captain Crimson. All of you agreed to work for passage, and you did work your way in this ship for the past several weeks until you eventually made your way to the first stop, the city of Ra, in the Mythosian colonies. After some time in there, seeing the big changes from what is life like in the big cities back in the mainland and what is life here in the frontiers, you notice that you may be in for quite a rough time. All those facilities and other pleasantries that you experienced in your city life, some of you, are non-existent whatsoever in here. And you imagine it will get even worse as you go further in westward. Some people embarked the ship, others disembarked. A slight shift and change in the crew happened, some trading as well, and all of you started making your way westwards again. Now this time towards the city of Wildhaven. This is not at all your final destination, but it is a stop. And after spending several more weeks at sea, you're more than happy to make a stop. So, as all of you are, as the ship approaches the city and is getting ready to disembark most of the things it has, some of the crew, some passengers, some merchants, some traders, a lot of other explorer would-be types start disembarking the ship. One by one, they all go down, except that when the five of you start trying to make your way out of the ship and into solid ground, a huge Minotaur stands in front of you, looks you up and down and says, "Yeah, you will do. Wait here." And one by one, all five of you are stopped by this Minotaur and who does not seem to stop anyone else from the crew. Eventually the ship empties, and only the 5 of you and the Minotaur remain in the dock. A few moments go by, and you finally see disembarking the ship with a bag over his back the captain, or rather Captain Crimson, red-skinned hobgoblin, very tall and very burly to a degree. You can see that the life at the sea has made him somewhat weathered. Even though his skin is already very red, you can see there are parts of it that are even redder from all the sun that he's been taking, going back to and fro places. So Captain Crimson looks all of you up and down and says, "Well, I suppose it will do. Well, thank you, Mars. You can go have fun. I will be seeing you in some days." The Minotaur nods, turns around and starts to leave. Captain Crimson looks at the 5 of you and says, "So, all of you have been very fine company to keep this nearly 2 months of travel. Regardless, I know I said you would only need to work in the ship to grant passage, but I have a little endeavor I'm looking forward to doing, and I would very much enjoy the company of the most interesting types, and you seem to fit the bill. Also, I know it's not part of our initial agreement at all, but if you agree to help me with this little endeavor, there might be a couple coins in for each of you." Then he looks towards the 5 of you, seemingly waiting for an answer.
How much is a couple? I'm not in need of coin.
Well, what are you in need of?
Lodging? Food?
Well, you are aware we're still not in our final destination, but for however long we're gonna be staying at port, I suppose I could allow you to take quarter in the ship instead of at the local tavern, if you would like.
I'm not. I don't know you guys, but I'd rather go to the tavern.
I'm kind of sick of the ship too, to be quite honest.
In that case,
I don't know about anybody else, but I could use a guide around the city. These old eyes don't exactly work too well anymore.
well, in that case I can always pay you coin if you would like. Your choice.
Coin sounds good to me.
Yeah.
He scrutinizes all of you, and his eyes seems to land on Nitria and says, "What about you?"
What about me? I said coin sounds good. I could get my own lodging with that.
No. Sorry, did not hear you. Your company is indeed very diverse, and I suppose you will do. He looks at all of you, trying to decide something before nodding and saying, Well, the job I have for you is pretty simple. It's nothing too extraneous. There are some boxes, some shipment in my ship that I would like to bring to a village nearby. It's not necessarily here at port, but it should not be too long a walk, and I imagine carrying some boxes in solid ground will do good for all of your morale. So he turns around and starts to point at some boxes, crates that have been unloaded into the docks. They range in size. Some are small parcels, some are like medium-sized boxes. All of them about at most 3 by 3 by 3 feet large. But most of them are small boxes that you can probably carry 2 or 4 at a time, depending on how you carry them. So just pick those up, and we'll start making our way towards this village, if that's alright with all 5 of you.
Sure, I've done worse jobs.
And Nitro go over and try and pick up a box.
I hope I can pin down 2 that equal less than 9 pounds.
Yeah. These boxes are not too heavy. It's definitely not comfortable to carry them. They have a considerable amount of weight. You're probably not gonna be jogging or running as you carry them, but it doesn't seem to be the plan whatsoever. It seems to be mostly just taking boxes from one place to another. As you all start picking up some boxes, because I imagine nobody objects to this.
No.
I guess not.
Alright. So some of you start picking boxes, some of you pick bigger boxes, some of you pick the smaller parcels, trying to lift whatever you can carry. And in the end, the division is quite equal. The captain himself, he seems to be holding a bag over his shoulder, and then with his free arm, he seems to pick some 2 boxes on the ground. He looks back at all of you. His hands are full, and so are yours. He nods at you and says, "Well then, should not be too long a walk. Let's go. Still have a lot of sun to burn through." And he turns around and starts walking northwards into the city of Wildhaven, and then out of it by the north. As you guys walk through the city of Wildhaven, you do see, those of you who care to look around and pay attention, there is a lot of people walking around. You see a lot of goblins, a lot of gnolls. Some of you recognize even dark-skinned, gray-skinned actually gnomes walking around and about. Some of you know them to be Zwerfneblins. You also see a few odd kobold here and there, and some kenkus. There seems to be a lot of monstrous races in here, but not too many humans or elves or dwarves and other such races. So, as you all walk northwards, you pass through a tavern that it catches your attention, Ojuk. It seems to be the Hissing Banjo Tavern. You make a mental note of it to rest there next time you're here. Or rather, sorry, I said that wrong. Everyone but Ojuk makes a mental note of the tavern. Because I believe you, Ojuk, would like to stay in the boat for free. Right?
I don't mind, I mean, as long as it's there.
Alright. So, all of you start walking northwards, carrying boxes. You see that some of those people here, they do seem to be there doesn't seem to be horses in Wildhaven. There seems to be only these feral looking kind of wolfish like creatures. Some of you recognize them to be wargs, and they seem to be the local variant of beasts of burden. They are attached to wagons and start to pull some weight, but they don't seem to be very fond of it. Most of them seem to trash around a bit when people try to load weight, and they don't seem as domesticated as horses, but they still seem to perform some jobs here and there. And it catches some of you off guard when you hear one warg who looks a little bit more weathered, a little bit older in its years. One of those beasts of burdens seems to look back and talk to its rider in common, somewhat broken common, but seems to be talking in fluent common nonetheless. And it catches you off guard for a moment there. But still, all of you take to the road and start walking outside of the village. And as you do, the captain seems to be sort of keeping himself surrounded with all of you. He is leading the way, but at every single moment he seems to look at one of you and then at the other one of you, trying to get some subject going, and trying to meet you guys mostly. He, as he's walking, he looks up at you, Hauser, and says, "So, a big fellow like you. Don't see your kind very often. What's your story?"
Well, it's not that long of a story. I had to, well, leave my place for a while. The spirits of the land were kinda not happy about me being doing nothing but staying there and, yeah, I guess enjoying the fields. So they decide that I should have a life of well, traveling and adventure, I guess.
Well, I have heard similar stories, indeed, but I have never heard someone calling their parents the land, but sure. Well, regardless...
Well, when you're a Serbian like me, your land is kinda your family and also your parents.
I see. I don't know much about your kind, your Serbans, but I will try and make sure to talk a little bit more with you. It should be interesting to learn more about these herds of yours. And you, wild man, and he looks towards you, Ojuk. What is your story? Where do you come from?
What's the story of an exile?
I was hoping you would tell me.
My father, mother, sister, and myself were scattered. I'm looking for the means to find out where they are and to try to get us back to some place where we can live. If we can't clear our name.
So you're with the other folk that were exiled and brought here against your will.
Coming this far has been my will.
Well, you seem to have had more choice in the matter than most folk I have met. And you, old man, and he looks at you, Reverov. What does someone like you is doing around these parts?
Well, my story isn't as interesting as these other two so far. I'm just out seeking knowledge. I travel around and try to learn all that I can.
Well, if you are ever bored of learning from libraries, the land will be the best teacher we'll ever have. If you make it long enough. And he looks up at you once again. What about you? You seem more well dressed than I ever see your kind around these parts. And he looks down at you, Zach. What is your story?
Well, I guess you could summarize mine as roughly his, and I point to what's his face. I don't know people's names. Previous person who spoke. I guess I'm looking for things to learn.
Well,
I'm pretty sure the land teaching me is going to be rather unpleasant.
there will be a lot to learn indeed. Hopefully, only good lessons. I have seen some folk learn the bad kind of lesson, and those folk aren't around anymore. And you, he seems to look at you, Nitria. He seems to squint and scrutinize you, looking at your oddly shaped sword. That kind. I've only seen that once before. It's far, far away from here. You're not from these lands, are you?
No, I was sent from the southern continent.
What's it called again? Taiji, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huh. And why were you sent over here?
Well, the magistrate sent me. With the resurgence of magic in the world, they thought my skills would be more useful here.
Huh. And what are your skills?
She'll just kind of hold out her sword and a little bit, and she just like, well, I can cut things, and I'm better at cutting mages than most things.
And you do a little bit of a showmanship with your sword after putting down the crates that you're carrying, and then shitting your sword back again. He looks at the rest of you, analyzing most of you, and says, "Well, hopefully you don't strike down these two over here." And he points towards Raveroff and Zach, the tall white dragonborn and the seemingly small blue kobold, both that seem to exhibit some sort of arcane prowess.
Well, they don't seem to be attacking people yet.
And hopefully we'll stay that way. These people in these lands, they're peaceful folk. So don't go about doing anything untoward to them. None
I
of
don't
you.
have an issue with beast folk or lizard folk.
Is he asking Nitria this?
No, he's telling you it's true. Every one of you. Mostly.
The one who said, I think somebody said, do you have an issue with lizard or beast folk?
Did you say that, Leo? Leo. Oh, we lost Leo. Dang it. So, all 5 of you keep following forwards. An odd gang of random travelers, explorers, probably mercenaries, a caravan folk, a moose traveling along with a human from the southern kingdoms, a wild-looking, ragged and greedy half-elf, a white dragonborn that seems to be far into his days, and a small blue kobold, and his hobgoblin, Captain Crimson. All 6 of you start walking northwards, and for the most part, it seems like Captain Crimson, who at most seemed to be very quiet and very reserved when he was in the ship, he seems to be opening up a little bit to you guys, telling a little bit about the land. Whenever you pass this or that part, this plot of land, it seems to be a little landmark here and there, like this tree that looks a little bit different from the others, and the trunk is skewed in a certain way. This patch of open field where you can see some of the hills to the side, and if you look kind of in a way, you can see the ocean to the east and a lake to the west. And you keep following this road as the captain just keeps talking about his voyage, the crew, the ship, and mostly he just seems to be leading the conversation on and asking you guys more questions as time goes on, and just trying to get to know all of you guys as this travel goes on. But is there anything one of you would like to ask Captain Crimson?
So, where exactly are we going?
Oh yeah, I failed to say that. We're going to a village that I helped found a couple years ago, when I left my old life behind and started anew. It's where my people are, some folk I helped, some folk that helped me. It's a nice place, and if there is anywhere in the world that I would call home, it would be this place, this small village of ours. I don't suppose the adventuring types like you would sail this far away into the west if you had a home to go back to. Or do you have a place you would like to go back to, a home that you have, or someone waiting for you?
No, my purpose is best served here.
Well, if I could return to my home, I will definitely will.
Maybe one day. Returning would be nice.
I mean, I guess I could, but that's not really useful right now.
Well, sounds about right. Very little to do back at home, and more so to do here in the wilds. But anyway, he keeps leading you guys forward. This walk takes about 2 hours, and you do make a couple quick stops along the way, mostly to put down the boxes, kind of stretch your arms and legs a little bit, just relax your body and your muscle before picking those boxes and parcels again and making your way again northwards. And within 2 hours you arrive in this small village, much small. There's not that many huts in here, about 20 huts, I would say. As you approach, you do not huts, more like small wooden shacks of homes. There is, as you look at this place, the populace seems to be mostly goblinoids, or rather exclusively goblinoids. You see some goblins walking around. Some of them seem to be trying to herd more of those wargs that you have seen before. There's a few bugbears who also seem to be taking care of some heavy work around and about. But you don't see any other hobgoblins, only goblins and bugbears in this village. And as soon as all of them see the captain approaching, they all stop what they are doing and start waving their hands and cheering the captain in Goblin, which is a language I don't think any of you speak.
Nope.
Alright.
Nope, no idea.
So it mostly flies
Oh,
over
no,
your
wait,
head.
I do.
Do
That's
you?
my last. Yep.
Oh boy. So, Ojuk, you do hear these goblins and bugbears calling the captain by another name. They seem to call him Yak. And they seem to mostly be saying, "Hey Yak, welcome home. How's it been? It's been so long. Hope you're all doing well." And they all just seem to greet with happy smiles on their faces, genuinely pleased to see Captain Crimson return. And some of them also pay very close attention to all of you bringing some parcels and boxes and whatnot. And at this moment, you seem to notice or realize, get the idea that all those things that you're bringing are shipment that is much harder to acquire, that these people here in this goblinoid village are gonna be using for a long time to come. So you kind of get an idea with the travel, like with things rattling around inside the boxes, that there's a wild assortment of things, but now you imagine it's gotta have a very good purpose for these people here in this village. And all of them just wave at the captain, who just seems to nod and respond back in Goblinoid, calling this and that goblin and bugbear by name. He seems to know the name of these people very well. And eventually he just stops by this slightly larger shack, that seems a little bit better built than the others, and he starts unloading some boxes in front of the house and say, "Well, this will do. You can put down those boxes in here. We'll sort them later. And well, some of you must be tired after all this walking."
Yeah, I could use a rest.
Alright. Come on in then. Hopefully there will be food waiting for us. And he looks at the sky, trying to ponder what time it is, and it seems to be about 2 in the afternoon-ish. Some of you are slightly hungry. A bit more than just peckish. You feel like, hey, lunch would be great right now. And he knocks on the door of this big house, and he knocks a few times and says, "Hey babe, I'm coming in." And he turns on the door, opening it up, and on the inside you do see another hobgoblin that seems to be finishing up, preparing some sort of animal carcass, like butchering and such. And as you look, this other hobgoblin also is a red-skinned, but their red skin is not as red as Captain Crimson, hence the name. But he's a equally nice looking hobgoblin, a little bit more kind of rustic look to him, but he looks at all of you and then Captain Crimson says, "Oh, hello. Didn't know we're expecting visitors." And Captain Crimson just says, "Well, these folk here seem capable, and it's always nice to have some help. Visitors into this village is always a good, nice thing to have. I bet the kids love it." And they approach and they put their hands on each other's hip, very politely and kind of respectful, and they kiss and pulling back. You gather that they would not like do a long kiss because there are visitors in here, but it's very polite and very formal to a degree. And as they pull back, he looks back at all of the group and says, "So these are some helpers that came within the last ship, last voyage. This is," he starts pointing at all of you guys and saying your names. "This big one over here, his Hauser, this big moose. That girl there, she's Nitria, she's from the Southern Kingdoms. That wild-looking one over there, the half-elf, he is Ojuk. I think he is looking for the exiles." And the other hobgoblin shakes his head and says, "Well, you would have a much better time looking south or north, but this is definitely not where the exiles are coming." The captain points at the Dragonborn and says, "This is Ravrov. He's an old fella, but I think he's still got some spunk in him. And the little one there, that's Zach. He also seems to have a lot of spunk in him, despite his size." And the other hobgoblin, who was butchering the carcasses, he looks at all of you and says, "Well, pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Vishkil." And he seems to look at the captain, takes a pause before following on. "Captain Crimson," he seems to have a little bit of a... He seems to say Captain Crimson with a little bit of irony. "Here he suddenly brings visitors, and I definitely don't expect visitors, but it's very nice to have someone else to talk to every once in a while. But anyway, please, let's have a seat and let's enjoy." And you see now Vishkil, the hobgoblin that was in the house. He cleans his hands that are kind of full of blood from the carcass he was butchering, and starts pulling some chairs around this kind of tiny table that they have in their house. It's small, but it seems to fit most of you. And when they run out of chairs, they start pulling some crates that are around the place for some of you to sit on and themselves as well. And then he seems to go over to the side, open an oven that seems to have been cooking something for a while. He pulls out a big soup with meat and vegetables floating on the inside, and he puts it on the center of the table and starts serving plates for all of you. And once again, all of you explain who you are and where you came from, this time to another person, another hobgoblin. And you get in, as they start talking amongst themselves as well, stories being shared, you get the sense that Captain Crimson used to be a pirate some years ago, but eventually in the seas he has met Vishkil, another hobgoblin, who was not quite a pirate, but they started sailing together. Eventually, the two of them decided to, stop sailing and risking their lives and decided to settle down. And they came to Wildhaven, where there was some sort of movement to get monstrous races together and create a safe haven for them. And they started founding the city, and this goblinoid settlement a little bit further is where they raise wargs that the city uses for riding and beasts of burden, pretty much. They start talking a little bit more and eventually talking somewhat amongst themselves, but then looking back at all of you to shoot questions. And the conversation goes, and all of you have a very nice lunch, meeting the captain and apparently his partner. Is there anything you guys would like to ask?
Well, Nietzsche is occupied asking Ravroth question.
What are the dangers around here?
They look at you, Ojuk, and it seems like Captain is about to start saying something, but Vishkyo, he pipes up first and says, "Oh, not too many dangers. There's just the occasional wildlife around, nothing that our hunters can't take care of. The worst thing really is the isolation. This is somewhat far from the nearby trading centers. There's Redemption farther up north. It's much easier to go by boat." Or he looks at Captain, who kind of glares at him. "I mean, it's easier to go by ship, but it's far and there's not much for us to do there. We're not looking to hunt beasts and scavenge ruins or whatever they do over there at the guilds. And further to the south there's another city, but you have to go through the lake and it's a long sailing, and then some more walking and then more sailing until you get over there, and it's just too much of a hassle. We mostly keep to ourselves in here. So yeah, if you count seeing the same people over and over and missing the open world a little bit, then yeah, that's the only dangers you have to worry about." And the captain looks back and says, "And there is also the occasional adventurer like yourselves, but with an ego bigger than anything I have ever seen before, who seem to think that they are, the cock of the walk, and they go throwing themselves into the wilds trying to hunt for treasures and whatever your type do. And then we have to go rescuing them. It's, well, not me, but the people here. It's definitely not a very wise use of our time and resources, but we do what we can to keep the good relations." And as conversation goes on for a little while, enjoying a nice rest and a nice conversation with these two hobgoblins, all of you start to hear a commotion coming from the outside. Suddenly you hear a lot of yells and yelps and screams and voices seemingly very desperate as something starts happening on the outside. And you see the Captain Crimson and Vishkil, the both of them stand up and says, "What's going on, I think?"
Rav is immediately up and going
Yeah.
towards the door.
Nitria
I
is
do
doing
believe
that.
adventure is calling.
Alright.
Peace never lasts long.
So all five of you instantly stand up alongside Captain and Vishku, and all of you as soon as you stand up, Captain, he seems to be looking out the door, but then he instantly turns around, puts up a hand and says, "Stay behind." Talking to Vishkil, who kind of just shrugs a little bit, looking at all 6 of you standing up, and he's like, sure, they can handle this. And all 5 of you exit the house, and you see that some of the small goblins that you had seen before, herding and training some of the wargs, they seem to be getting in a little bit of trouble, as some of the wargs seems to be kind of going mad, trashing about like you have seen before in the city. But this one, he seems especially ferocious today, and he seems to be jumping up and down and trashing and wailing. And the goblins are all around this big warg and are trying to calm him down, trying to hold him in place. And the captain just shouts at anyone who will listen, "What's going on here? What is all this commotion?" And he starts walking towards one of the wargs, who instantly sees him, and I have absolutely no idea what are your guys' passive perceptions, but I would say Halser, because you have a high-ish wisdom, and you, Ojuk, you do notice that the warg, unlike the others that you have seen, he seems to be frothing on the sides of the mouth, and there seems to be some sickly green color in this frothing that he's doing. And as he looks at the captain, he seems to start running towards him, and the captain just seems to get ready for anything, and the warg just jumps on top of the captain, seems to bite him on his arm, and it's completely unexpected. All the goblins at this point, they just let go of whatever they were holding, tools and lashes and whips. They just let go and start scampering and running in all directions, and the captain just grunts like, "Ugh, you beast!" and waves his arms around to kind of get the warg off of him, and his arm is bleeding severely, but he looks at these wargs looking very ravenous, and this one that attacked him does not seem to be the only one, but things are not looking very great, as this creature seems to be out of control and possibly rabid. So, Team Red, there is the captain over here, there is the warg over here, and there are you guys exiting the house. Let me throw your character tokens on the screen right now. This is Hauser, this is Nitria, this is Ojuk, this is Ravroff, and this is Zach. All 5 of you just exiting the house. Probably Ravrock and Zeph are in the back, in whatever positions you guys feel less vulnerable in. This is, yes, you can still see that. I'm not gonna bother with the numbers showing up in your guys' health bars for now, but as all of these wargs, they seem to be rabid and about to attack and strike and incur some bad ouchies on these people, I would like everyone to roll for initiative, because there seems to be some combat about to happen.
Roll for ouchies.
Initiative tracker's not up. There it is.
That should not be there. So
it pops up the moment somebody first rolls initiative.
Yeah. Wow. So those of you who have never rolled initiative before, click on your token, and then on your character sheet, just click the initiative. It should roll for you. Also, I'm gonna use that first initiative you rolled, which is a whooping 21.
Which is much nicer.
Much nicer.
Definitely.
So
I like how Nitria runs out the door immediately, and it's just super low down.
right. So
Well, clearly you were not acting wargs somehow.
come again?
She just pauses for a bit and is like drooling.
Oh my.
That was, I'm not serious. That was...
Okay. I need to roll initiative for these guys. And for the captain. Because he's in this battle as well. So, can everyone see your character sheets normally?
Affirmative.
Is everything
I
working?
hope so.
Seems so.
Okay, great.
Yes, it seems like it.
Alright, so we have no problems on that end. That is good. So, Captain, he rolled for initiative as well. Oh boy, that's not a good initiative. I think he has a good modifier though.
Oh, no.
So that's nice for him. Mm-hmm. That's alright. So, as combat seems to begin with some of these rabid creatures just striking out, Zach, before you have a chance to act, it would seem that both Ojuk and Halser points out certain creatures that seems to be frothing from the corners of the mouth and looking equally rabid, and you can see those wargs that are marked with a green circle, 1, 2, 3, and 4 over here. All of them seem to be in the same rabid state. You make a mental note of those are the 4s who seems to be out of control. And Zach, what are you doing?
Excellent question. Let's see. Well, the simplest and quickest thing, I suppose, is to... Oops. To go over there, pull out my longsword, which is preposterously oversized, given my stature. Then it seems to begin to crackle with lightning as I swing it down at the warg.
All right.
And miss somehow. Good to know.
You as you run out, you unsheath your sword and you seem to conjure up some sort of arcane element upon it and try to slash at the warg, but this is a big creature and it's a rabbit and it's thrashing around. It's unlike most creatures that you see that try to keep a stance in combat. This one seems wild and it's just jumping all over the place, and you miss as you try to go to strike it. What else are you doing?
Well, that was my action and my bonus action, so I guess I can't do much else. Maybe I sidestep a bit so that people can get in.
All right. So you take a
It's
step.
my turn.
Okay, you take a step to the side and try not to stay in anyone's way. As Reverov, you go ahead and...
I am going to... I don't want to get up close. I am squishy. I'm just going to move to the side so that I can't hit any of my... Can't hit any of my friends. And then it is Eldritch Blast time, because Warlock.
But of course. So, Reverov, you run around your friends and trying to look for an opening. You go and extend your hand, and a cackling of energy just bolts from it and strikes right into the wargs' flank and deals some eldritch energy damage at it, and it seems to reel back a little bit and snarl, and it doesn't seem to snarl at you, it just seems to be snarling at the air. It does not even seem to notice that it has been hit by you. And what else are you doing?
I have no bonus action that is useful, so I think I am done.
Alright, so next up, Halser, you noticing these wargs going crazy. I suppose you pick up your weapon, and what do you do?
So, I was thinking that if they're rabbit, I'm gonna try to throw at them my bedroll from my inventory so that they get distracted enough and they won't bite.
Come again, what are you trying to do?
Okay, I'm trying to distract them so that they won't bite back and spread the disease if they're rabid. So I'm gonna throw at them my bedroll before going attacking them.
Alright.
I don't know if it's a valid action.
Sure, as you start walking towards them, you pull out your bedroll, and I'll say you use your bonus action to kind of throw it at the creature and make an animal handling check. Why not? So, Hauser, as you throw your bedroll kind of over the creature and landing, kind of gently bumping the top of the creature and landing on the other side, the creature seems more attuned to its hearing senses, and seems to look at the side at this small goblin over here who just kind of freezes up and it's like, eh! And the warg snarls at it, seems to try and go for it and the bedroll at the same time. But still, you have the rest of your turn.
Okay, so I move toward the warg and I directly attack him. So.
Alright.
Yeah.
So after throwing your bedroll, you pick up your weapon and you...
Yeah, my great axe, and then I try to attack it directly, hoping that it's distracted.
Sure. Yes, you go to hit at the creature, and you hit cleanly as you swipe at it. Your axe makes a huge gash on the side of the creature. It just snarls again, really in pain, and just seems to look at this goblin with even more malice on its stare. It seems to think that this goblin is the source of its pain in some way. But that's all it and you do for this turn. Because now is the warg's turn. So this warg here, it kind of starts trying to shake in its cage, and as it's trying to start convulsing as well, it starts slashing at the walls and at the door, and eventually just manages to break through it and exit, and seems to join the fray. But that's all it does for its turn. Next up is this other warg down here. It seems to see all of you over there going insane with your noises and such, and it seems to rush towards Ravrov because it saw sparkly lights coming out of you, and it's going to try and attack you. Ravrov. So it's gonna go ahead and is going to hit you with a 15. Oh, causing minimal damage, only 4 points of piercing. So as this creature, it seems to reach for your legs as it tries to bite and pull, and make a strength saving throw.
I'm good at those.
Okay, so as it bites at your leg and pulls it, you don't have the strength to to yank yourself free, and the creature just pulls and you fall flat on the ground and you are prone. And that's the creature's turn. Next up is the Hobgoblin Captain, Captain Crimson, who just sees all these wargs going nuts on everyone's butt, and is just gonna go ahead and strike at this warg that is right in front of it. So it's gonna go ahead and attack it with its rapier, and it's gonna hit with what was it again? Yes, just enough to hit. So Captain deals 1d8 plus a sneak attack damage. So that's gonna be an incredible 8 plus... Ooh, lots of damage. By the way, I'm going a little bit slower with this because I'm rolling actual dice. But anyway, it's enough to just strike at the creature and slash it down where it stands. In a single swipe with its rapier, the captain just seems to sink the edge of the rapier into the creature's face, piercing its eye and going inside its head, apparently poking at its brain. And then when he pulls out, you just see the rapier covered in blood, splattering on you, Zach, as he pulls it out, and the warg just collapses on the floor. Apparently completely dead and immobile. And then the captain looks around trying to decide on what else he can do. Seeing all these creatures jumping around and about, he's gonna try and intercept this warg here with a with an offhand strike, which is not gonna be as great. Oh no, he misses. So that's all he does. Next up is you, Ojuk.
I'm gonna step down, and I guess I'm gonna use my lance with its reach, clean over Rov. Sorry that he's down there. Into the Vorg on either side.
Sure. So you take a step forward, and you see your Dragonborn companion just falling flat on the ground. You hold your lance with both hands, and you're just trying to poke at this creature as violently as you can, because why not? So make your attack. 13 just hits. So you lunge forward and hit at the creature. Oh my dog, that damage. Which, Ojuk, is just enough to kill it. So with a single strike, you just go and lunge forward and poke at this creature's brain as well, making a crack at the skull from the inside, and as you pull back, the creature just kind of goes cross-eyed for a moment and collapses on the floor, still convulsing a little bit, and some froth coming out of its mouth, and it lays dead on the floor. And that's your turn, unless you'd have something else to do.
Let me take a look. I don't think I have any bonus actions ready.
At first level, you should not have. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't. So that's my turn.
Alright. So next up is the warg that died. So Nitria.
Okay. Nitria is going to run and jump clean over this corpse. And as she comes down, she is going to... Oh, shit. That was the wrong button. There we go. Right up to the captain. And she is going to slashy. Wow. That is a 2.
So, Nitria, you run over the creature, unsheathing your long sword, your katana even. You jump over the creature, and as you try to strike down, you notice that you don't have enough movement to do that.
But she could jump that easily. She had 10 feet of movement before she did the jump over the body.
But that is 35 feet of movement, right?
I have 40 movement speed.
Oh yeah, you took mobility, sure, yeah.
So I still have 5 feet, and with that 5 feet, I'm actually going to back out of that failed attack.
Sure. So
And that doesn't provoke the attack of opportunity because the same feat.
sure. You lunge at the creature, jumping over this warg, and as you try to slash, you see the captain over there just seeming to try and strike at this creature with his rapier. And when he goes to make his attack, because you don't want to hit the captain, you kind of try to dodge and hit to the side, and that kind of messes completely with your downward slash, and you miss the warg entirely. But then you step back, hold your weapon with both hands, and looking around, behind you, some wargs seem to have fallen, and you feel confident that, hey, you're able to put these things down fairly fast, so hooray. But still, that's your turn, I believe?
Yep.
Alright. The other warg in the cage seems to do the same thing. It slashes at the cage, seeing all this commotion on the outside. And as it does, it then sprints up all of its movement towards Zack, the small kobold, who looks delicious. But it does not have enough movement to strike because it uses its action to strike down the door. So, top of the round, Zack, what are you doing?
Turn around in a bit of a startled moment as the giant, terrifying wolf monster runs towards me. And sort of, while I'm turning to look at it, I swing my sword up at it.
Alright.
Oh, come on. That's just mean.
So once again, Zack, you turn around trying to slash at this creature with your sword, but as the creature is about to lunge at you, it notices you spinning with your sword, and seems to just lift its front paws, and your swing goes wild, and then it lands on the floor next to you, about to strike whenever it has the time and opportunity to do so. What else are you doing? You still have movement and bonus action.
I suppose it's going to get a swipe at me if I move now or don't. So I'm going to back away, and assuming I don't die and it doesn't take an attack of opportunity or whatever, I will use the moose's cover.
As you try to move away, this creature seems to take a strike at you, seeing you trying to leave. It lunges forward and misses with a natural 1.
Alas, I am too small.
You are. Too slippery. So you just jump as the creature's jaws just close inches below your feet. You just jump and skitter back and hide behind the 7 feet tall moose. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Alright. Next up, Ravrov, you are prone on the ground. But the creature that was just striking at you has got lobotomized. So what are you doing?
Well, I'm using half my movement to stand up because prone is bad. And then I will Eldritch Blast number 4 over here.
Alright, so you stand up a little dizzy with your leg bleeding some from being bit and knocked down. And then as you see this other warg just rushing towards your kobold friend, you just extend your hand and another crackling energy blast flies towards it and hits, dealing 9 points of force damage.
And then I'm hiding behind our burly half-elf man. Just limping back here.
Sure. You use the remainder of your movement to just limp back and hide behind Ojuk, who's still reeling back, pulling his lance and standing in position to attack again whenever. So next up, Halser.
Okay, I run toward warg number 4. And then I strike him with my great axe.
Sure. You run through it and try to slash down at it. However, 12 just misses. As you go to strike at the creature, it seems to notice the blade of the axe coming and seems to dodge to the side, and you hit the ground just inches away from where its face was just a moment ago. And it just looks up and snarls at you, and you pull back your great axe, looking down at this creature. It's neither of you looking happy. And the creature seems to have its eyes trained on you. Are you doing anything else?
No, I'm fine like this. I'm gonna stay up there.
Alright. So, next up at initiative count 20, all the other goblins just scatter. This one runs inside this house and closes the door behind him. This one here on the bottom does the same. He just runs inside, glad that he was not eaten by the wargs. He just runs inside, closes the door, and in a few seconds you see from a small window to the side of both houses a pair of goblinoid ears poking up as eventually their nose and eyes come up just to watch this whole scene unfold. Next up, this warg right over here that sees Captain and Nitria jumping at it to try and strike at it. It's gonna take a step forward and attack you, Nitria. It seems more appetizing than this goblinoid that it seems to, weirdly enough, have some hint of recognition. So, oh nice, my music is lagging. Shit. Right, that hit you, Nitria. I'm sorry. Shit, all my dice are flying all over the place. God damn it. So Nitria, the warg strikes at you, and that's gonna be 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And you make a strength saving throw.
Oh,
Alright.
I am rolling so well.
So not only do you take 5 points of slashing damage, piercing damage when the creature bites at your leg and pulls you, it pulls you with so much strength that you don't just fall down, you fully face plant into the ground and take 1d6 bludgeoning damage from the fall. Because you rolled a natural 1. So that's 1 point of damage, because I'm also rolling great.
Okay.
So you take 1 more point of damage as you face plant into the mud. And it hurts. It's not fun. And that's the creature's turn. Next up is the captain, who sees... by the way, you are prone. The captain seeing the two of you walking up to help, it's gonna go ahead and strike at this warg right here. So that's gonna be a 20 to hit. He... Seeing this big warg pulling at your legs, Nitria is gonna try and strike it with its rapier as well. How much damage? Yeah, he deals 1d8. My dice are going nuts. Oh boy, he deals maximum damage. So that's 9 plus 16, 17. 17 plus 4. Yes, it's just enough to kill the creature. He strikes at it with its rapier, and once again pulling in and out cleanly, and the creature collapses in front of you, Nitria, and its mouth lands close to your face, and you can see now the very close, all this frothing, sickly green liquid coming out of its mouth, and it's odd. You have never seen this before. But anyway, that's Captain's turn, because... Actually, no, he still has a second action, so he's gonna try and strike at the other warg by taking a step over there, and offhand strike. Misses. So that's his turn. Next up is Ojuk.
Probably can't swap weapons, so I'll just move down behind the moose. It's only about 15 feet. And try to lance past him into this warg.
Which one? Where did you go? I lost track of you.
I'm standing on the dead warg behind our moose friend.
I gotcha. Gonna move it away. So you go and stand kind of behind Ulcer, trying to hit at this warg with your lance. Go ahead and roll for attack. 14 just hits. So once again, it's very unwieldy, but you go and holding this lance with both of your hands, you kind of sidestep to the side and strike at it. So you just see this lance appearing inches to your side and striking the creature from underneath and striking up at its chin, completely breaking its jaw as it pierces the creature's skin and deals just the amount of damage it needed to go down to 0 and collapse to the floor. Because apparently you guys have some crazy builds with some high damage output that I was not expecting. And this creature also collapses to the ground. And at this moment, as you all look around, the other true wargs in their cages just seem kind of agitated, but somewhat unsure of what's going on. The goblins in the houses poking out their noses just seems to be watching this whole situation apprehensively, not entirely sure of what's going on. They're trying to figure things out themselves. And at first sight, looking around yourselves, combat seems to be over. All the creatures that were rabid are dead, lying on the floor, completely immobile. Some of you guys are hurting, bleeding a little bit. But aside from that, you guys seem to be mostly unscathed. As all of you stand up and gather around in the center and look at the captain, who just seems to be trying to make sense of the situation as well. And he looks at you. Is everyone alright?
I want to examine my leg and then come over to one of these dead warg and poke around at their mouth.
Okay.
I've been a bit better.
Just
sure.
my pride wounded, but I'm good.
Okay. So, Ravarov, as you get up, look at your leg. It hurts. It is bleeding a little bit, and you imagine that, hey, whatever is going on with these creatures does not seem good. So make a medicine check as you try to assess what the hell is going on.
And that's with a +0.
Indeed. Surprising. So...
I could have made a medicine check.
You could.
I'm
But,
proficient in it.
all of you guys gather around and start examining these creatures. Ravarov, you look at your leg. Aside from all the bleeding that you managed to staunch and stop very quickly, it doesn't seem as bad. You imagine that, hey, getting this thing washed, maybe downing some medicine would be good, but aside from that, there's just pain and doesn't seem to be anything weird. And as you look at these wargs, it seems to be some weird sort of rabies that has overtaken these creatures, but you don't know how, but you know that, hey, wargs are a weird, different type of creature, and the diseases that affect them don't affect other people, and vice versa. And think for a moment, and you come to a conclusion at this. At the same time, you come to this conclusion. The party, Zach, Halser, Ojuka, Nitria, all four of you see this gloomy expression down on Raverov's face as you notice, as you realize that this disease is probably only affects goblinoids. And then all five of you look at the captain.
Well, shit.
Yak.
Sounds like we run him back to the city and get him to a temple.
So the captain notices all five of you looking at him, and then his arm that seems to be bleeding, and he just quickly covers it, clean it with a whatever piece of linen that he has lying around, and seems to hide it behind his back, trying to save face as he looks. Well, whatever is going on in here.
I think we should go back and get you to a temple.
No, I'm fine. This is just a scratch. Don't worry.
No, I think we should get you back to a temple.
If money's an issue, I'll help. I'll help.
I don't think you want to go frothing at the mouth anytime soon. Just a thought.
He notices all five of you approach, and he keeps just hiding his arm and looking at all of you and say, "No, it's fine. I'm okay. I just need to wash this and bandage it, but I'm fine. I'm fine." And he looks down at all of you, even those of you who are taller than him. He seems to be looking. He seems to be trying to look down at you, and Nitria, who are no longer prone, make a persuasion check.
Do I get this with advantage because we're all trying to convince him to do it? Well, don't you get advantage if you're being assisted?
You would, but this guy is very stubborn, so no. The party's assistants.
Okay, first good roll.
Cool.
Oh well.
Yay!
Yay, my dice don't cap at 5.
Look at that. So, as all of you are trying to convince him, he keeps hiding his arm, just looking at you. You see the stubbornness in his face that he does not want to admit that he has been bit. And then all of you see behind you the door opening, and the other hobgoblin Vishkil coming out with a loaded heavy crossbow in his hands, looking at everyone, apparently having just missed the quote-unquote fun. And as the captain looks back at Vishkil and then back at you five, he just seems to grunt a little bit and do a little nod, put his hand over his mouth as if he's making a be quiet sort of sign, and be like, "Okay, I guess I will guide you five back home. It's no good for you here. We need to tend to all this mess. And don't worry, Vishkil, we took care of the situation. You can put that down now." So Vishkil, as he looks around, he lowers the crossbow and just looks at all five of you and says, "Is everyone alright? Are you hurt?"
I'm a little bit rough, but I think I'll be okay.
I got bit in the leg, and your captain here is going to help us get back to town so that I can get to a temple and take care of the rabies that is probably growing in it.
So
Atreus shoots him a dirty look.
the captain glares at you, Ravrov, as you finish your sentence.
It's only a half lie.
And you'll see Vishku kind of shoot a glance at you, Ravrov, like this incredulous look on his face, and then back at the captain, who's kind of shrugging with a little bit of sort of expression. And Vishku just says, "Okay, this will not do. Come inside, all of you." And he opens the door wide, just waits for all 5 of you to get back inside, as now you'll start seeing the 2 orcs in their cages calming down. The other goblins and bugbears, they start coming out of their shacks with long quarterstaffs and start prodding at the orcs to make sure that they're really dead before they start dragging them away. So, as all 5 of you get inside the house, the captain, he seems to mostly stay quiet, as Vishku just says, "So what happened? What's going on?" And the captain just looks. "I was expecting you would be able to tell me more. I was not here until half an hour ago." And Vishku seems to just be deep in thought, like, so. And he looks at you 5, especially you, Ravrov, and says, "Did you find anything? Do you know of what this might be? This is not common."
There was green foam around their mouths, and from what I could deduce, they were rabid, or some variation thereof.
So Vishku seems to stop and think for a moment and say, "Alright. I think I have heard of that a while ago. But I never saw this happen before. I thought it only happened in weird places, but to have it happen so close at home, well, you look worse for wear. Come here." And Vishku just seems to pull out a healer's kit from their bedroom, comes back at the living room, sort of dining room / kitchen area where you guys were having lunch just a few moments ago, and starts patching you guys up. So what this means is you guys can go ahead, according to our homebrew rules that are so super cool. You can roll hit die to recover hit points.
Does the healer's kit method expend the hit die?
Yes, it spends the hit die, and instead of getting those hit points back into your health, you get them as temporary hit points.
Okay.
But it doesn't take an hour.
Yeah, it's very quick to do. And at the end of your long rest, if you still have those temporary hit points, you can heal them into actual health.
Oh my god. Whatever, that is still enough to max myself.
Cool. So Nitri, you get 4 temporary hit points. Reveroff, you get 7 temporary hit points as well.
Oh wait, it's never mind. That doesn't max me out.
He gets close but not wide.
Oh no.
I thought it was plus your con. Oh, it is plus your con because it's a 1. God damn.
I suddenly realize how having a high constitution is good. So, all of you guys get some healing. Those of you guys who did not take damage, in theory, you can. There seems to be some antibiotics and other assortments of medicine and such into this healer's kit that you guys theoretically can use to gain some temporary hit points by spending a hit die. Sort of like to strengthen your immune system. So, if you guys would like to spend a hit die to roll temporary hit points, you can go ahead and do that. As Vishku pretty much just puts the healer's kit on top of the table and starts tending to some of your guys' wounds. The rest of you are implied to be welcome to take full advantage of this, if you would like. So, as you guys are here, seemingly starting to discuss what just happened, and the captain also gets some of his wounds healed, starts bandaging them and cleaning them, and then wrapping them and getting them bandaged. He just says, "All right, I'll take these guys here back to the town, and we'll see if someone there knows something." But he looks at you that mentioned the Temple of Healing. Wildhaven does not quite have a Temple of Healing. The most we have is the town has a general store that sells some sort of supplies and whatnot. If you're really looking for a healer, we will need to travel down the woods to visit a druid who can actually help us. But you guys don't need to to come along. This has nothing to do with you. I'm really thankful that you all helped me bring those supplies and boxes and whatnot, but I think our services are done. You can go. I'll lead you guys back to town, and then I'll be meeting you in a few days after all this stuff is sorted out, and then we'll resume our journey to redemption. Because that is where I agreed I would take you anyway.
Well, I'm okay accompanying you the whole way. We could get extra work maybe?
He seems to ponder a little bit, and you see this very, very subtle shift in his eyes. He seems to look down almost instinctively at his coin pouch to mentally think like how much money he has, and if it is worth hiring you for an unforeseeable amount of time. Make another persuasion check, Nitri.
Oh, please, God. Not the worst, but not getting totally fucked again.
So he seems a little bit like, sure, why not? And he picks his coin pouch, opens it up, and starts putting some coins on the table. The 2 gold coins that he agreed he would pay you for for helping him bring those supplies here. And then he also puts another. He picks out more gold coins from his pouch, equivalent to 50 gold coins, and says, "So this here, 50 gold on top of our previous agreement. I hope is enough of a payment for this."
Yeah, that's all good for me.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Rest of the party.
Question, Doug. I was actually wondering. So Nitria is good with alchemist supplies, but she doesn't actually have them yet. Since she is good with alchemist supplies, would she maybe know some sort of cure disease potion recipe?
Maybe you would. I am not entirely sure. I would have to look it up here. But
maybe we could assist each other with making an herbal remedy between the alchemy and herbology.
Or if you just want to do straight alchemy, I'm also proficient.
Yeah, I'm proficient in the alchemist supplies, but I don't have the supplies. I learned how to use them. I'm just not carrying them up.
So there are magical means of recovering someone to health, and there are alchemical means of recovering someone to health, which takes a little longer and is a little bit more laborious, and is a thing that has to be done day by day by day. It's not instant as with magic, but it is possible to do, yes. It will take a little bit of time, but it's definitely doable.
Like how much time?
I would suppose like a full day. It would take like a full day for the two of you, Nitria and Zach, to make some batches of anti-rabies potion concoction of some kind. And then making it's not the problem. The problem is it's a thing that has to be administered through many days.
Well, you said if we make a batch, would we be able to make a batch and leave it with him to continue taking?
Sure. Because he would need to take potions like for a while, like about a week-ish. But to make the batch of potions, it would take just like a full day. It wouldn't be too long.
So what supplies are we able to find in or around town for them to use? I mean, this little village we're at, right? Because we haven't left the village yet.
Yeah, the little village has very little in the way of supplies, really. If you were to try and concoct a potion or anything, it would take. You would need to go back to the town, get a lot of supplies, and then start making something. It would be somewhat of a lengthy process.
Yeah. So, do we want to try and go for potion making, or do we want to go for the potentially more reliable and I don't know shorter method of going to a druid?
If we're going into the woods to find a druid, then there's a chance we could be attacked on the way, which is its own issue.
Wise thing to check. Is there any healer in town at all?
No.
It said no.
I would have thought they would have gone to that first if there was.
Is Captain Scarlet willing to travel with us to another town?
Captain Crimson.
Yeah.
Crimson.
He said.
Okay. So let's head that way. We can look for whatever we can find along the way and see if we can't make something to keep him from going rabid in between.
He seems to ponder for a moment. Well, I suppose we could go that way, make something. Yeah, I suppose. And you see Vishku seem to be worried. Like, his biggest concern is to get whatever possible illness Captain Crimson has removed immediately and as fast as possible. And he doesn't seem to be much of a fan of waiting, but he seems to nod and be like, all right, I suppose.
I mean, I would personally prefer to get him healed as fast as possible, meaning going to the druid.
Yeah.
And then I would like to come back here and figure out what happened with those wargs.
I'd also suggest we bring some parts of those wargs to the druid. Maybe he knows what kind of illness is this.
The both of them seem to nod and be like, well, yeah, that would be
I suppose it'd be gruesome, but yeah, I guess I'll cut off like lip and nose of the warg and bring it with us.
And collect some of the frothing saliva.
Alright. So...
If it's rabies, we should get the entire head. He will have to look at the brain.
Somebody wants to carry a warg's head.
I've carried worse.
Alright.
We have a volunteer.
Who wants to chop off the head? I suppose Elser?
I mean,
It's a living.
Nitria is somewhat skilled in that, so she could go over and make a solid attempt.
Indeed.
I could try and hack off its head just so I get a chance to hit one of the fucking things.
I didn't get to hit anything either.
I was just thinking, Elser has an
Let's
axe.
just decapitate
I
all
have
of them.
a really big sword. We're not carrying 4 warg heads with us. I am not carrying one of those things.
Yeah, one is enough. I can just use my axe.
It's less matter of carrying them all, but you know, it would feel good.
So, for the next hour-ish, all of you guys make your way towards the kind of like a backside of the village where the war corpses have been dragged to by the goblins and bugbears, and you see a small goblin that has sort of like a tinkerer vibe to him. He seems to have lots of metallic instruments hanging from his waist, trying to examine the creature, trying to make do of what he can of this whole situation and understand it, but he, at a glance you can tell that his way he cannot figure anything out with what he has at hand, but it doesn't stop him from kind of just hovering around the corpses as you guys approach. And then Captain Crimson goes with you. You explain the situation to the small goblin, and I suppose you all start chopping one of the heads.
Yes, we'll chop one of the heads off, and then I will use an oil flask to burn the rest.
Alright.
I'll pour oil over them and light it. It'll take me a while with a tinder box. But
Okay. So in this next hour, you guys do remove the head of one of them. Nitria and Zach, the two of you, kind of just start chopping at it, striking at the dead creature, out of frustration and out of utility as well, gladly. And eventually you chop off the head. Ravroff, you come in with some vials, collect the saliva that they have been frothing, and
I have a vial he can use if he needs it.
Yep, and then you, Ojuk, you go and start spreading oil over the corpses, and you do at some moments you see that same goblin that was watching over the creatures. He seems to come back with a little pouch that some of you immediately recognize to be gunpowder. And Captain Crimson instantly also rejects the idea of igniting them with gunpowder. And the goblin kind of goes back, kind of disheartened that he didn't get to explode the creatures as well. But it would be another
I mean,
day.
if he wants to get rid of the gunpowder.
If he wants to what?
If he wants to get rid of the gunpowder, well, I wouldn't object to having some.
Zach, as you see the kind of disheartened goblin kind of, oh, damn it, I wanted to explode things. And you walk up to him. Make a persuasion check, why not?
Cool. With a plus. Yay!
Wow, look at those
Plus
rolls,
0.
guys. Wow.
If you're good at something, you fail the check. If you have nothing towards it, you succeed, apparently.
Yeah, those are our games, alright. So you kind of explain the situation and like more or less your plans, and the goblin, he just seems to look at you, not up, because the two of you are almost the same height, and he seems intrigued by your idea of doing some practical experimentation with gunpowder and creatures and possibly innards, and he seems to not mind parting with his pouch of gunpowder. It's not big, it's not heavy. There's like some pinches of gunpowder. Like, I don't even know how to measure things in imperial units, but I would say you have like 1/4 of a pound of gunpowder, or half a pound of gunpowder.
Well, the general rule I use is you divide the metric thing in 2. That usually works.
Yeah. So you have a bag with half a pound of gunpowder that you can probably try and apply to something. Who knows how that will go. And then all of you guys make your way back to the house of the captain and Vishkil, where they are starting to ponder a little bit more about your idea of going to the druid to get some help. And the captain, he kind of produces a map of the lands, sort of, and starts to explain more or less the directions they will go to get to the druids. Like, as also Vishkil kind of updates him on what things have happened during the time, like which roads have been blocked, what trees have fell and such, not like updating him on the way, because he has been away from this place for quite a long while. And as they like make this path on the map, all of you guys also pay attention on the way that they're sharing. So eventually they all start getting ready to leave to the druid. Is that the way you guys are gonna go?
I assume so.
But before we go,
Makes
I
sense.
actually used the healing kit to get some temporary points for the trip.
Okay.
I think you can only. Oh, okay.
So you also go ahead and you see some bottles of some small glass bottles of antibiotics and other things, and you imagine, that might come in handy, and you down some of that. So you can use a hit die to roll for temporary hit points. Hauser. Oh, look at that roll. So
Well, that was worth it.
yes, so you get 13 hit points of temporary hit points. You cannot heal into temporary hit points, and you gain these points as actual healing once you finish a long rest, if you still have them. So you will see in your character sheet there's a little part near the hit points that just measures temporary hit points, so put it on there.
Did he down them all, or is there any more?
There are more, yes.
So why not? I'll follow suit.
Okay. So Juk, you can go ahead and do the same thing.
Before we leave, did we split up the money that we got?
Each one of you,
yeah.
yes, each one of you should have got 12 gold pieces.
12. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to give 10 of that back to the captain, and if he won't take it, I'm going to give it to Vishkil.
For no reason whatsoever?
I'm not going to get paid for taking care of the wargs or for helping this guy get to a druid.
Okay.
I'll get paid for moving the boxes. That's fine.
Alright. So you try to argue with the captain and then with Vishko about, not taking from them just to help them. And the captain is incredibly stubborn. He keeps saying no the whole time and tries to deny it and not even touch the money anymore. But Vishko denies the first time out of politeness, but then the second time you accept, he just looks at the captain, then back at you and says, well, that is very kind of you. It's nice to see there are people out there who still do kindness. It has not gone out of fashion. Thank you.
And then I, out of character, stick my tongue out at the rest of the party.
You will what?
Nitria just smiles.
I said I, out of character, stick my tongue out at the rest of the party.
All right. As you do that, the Vishko, he seems to ponder for a little bit and says, "Well, then at least let's make this even. If you will not, I believe this will be more helpful to you than it is to me right now." And he offers you then he does take back all of the money you gave him, but he gives you the remainder of the healer's kit, which still should have about 5 uses.
Okay.
So
I can accept that.
So one of you guys make a note in your character sheet that you have 5 uses of healer's kit, and you have a healer's kit to use it with.
How many does a standard use or standard kit have?
Normally,
10.
Normally it's 10 uses. This one you guys have already used quite a lot of it.
So we have 1.5 because I have one of those with.
Okay, yeah, you have 1.5 then.
I have one too. I think a lot of us have a healer.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I have surplus healer's kit, which is good. Always better to be prepared.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have an healer's kit. If nobody wants it, I can actually hold it.
Yeah, go ahead and take the half a kit.
So, Hauser, you can make note in your character inventory that you have a healer's kit with 5 uses remaining.
Got it.
Um,
I'm also writing down the head of the warg.
Sure. I don't know for how long you guys will have that, but sure. The head of the warg, I would say it weighs about some 20 pounds. They have big bodies, but not so big heads.
I'm actually encumbered if I hold it.
Oh no.
Which is okay, it just means you'll move a little slower.
It's okay until we're in battle.
Yeah, if you are in battle, you can always just kind of drop it, because I will assume that because it's big, you're not putting it in a backpack, you're kind of holding it in your hands or in cloth or something, and if battle breaks out, you can just kind of let go, throw it into the wind, and just go battle ho.
Okay. How heavy is the healer's kit?
It's not too heavy. The healer's kit is 3 pounds.
If you put it into your character sheet as 0.5, then times 3, it may work. May calculate it properly.
In any case, as all of you guys finish preparing yourselves and stand up to leave, you see now that Captain Crimson, he's about to get up and say something, but then you see his face kind of goes a little woozy, as if he's suddenly feeling nauseous, and he, but he seems to start grunting and kind of seizes up and collapses to the floor and starts convulsing.
That's moving along a lot faster than a disease should. Let's hurry.
Yeah, that's not natural.
Let's grab some sticks, long sticks, tie them together, make a larder to drag this guy, and get moving. Like now.
We should probably bind him.
Yeah, to the larder. Great idea. Who's got another rope?
So as soon as he starts convulsing and falls to the ground, Vishkil immediately starts pushing past all of you guys and tries to look at the captain. He's convulsing. Vishkil seems a little bit confused of what to do and seems to just kind of try and stay behind him, holding his head in place. Some foam starts frothing out of his mouth as well. It also has that same sickly green coloring to it. And but after a few moments, it seems like the convulsions comes to a natural end, and the captain just kind of stays collapsed on the ground, kind of heaving a little bit, breathing heavily, and he every now and then you see his body twitch. He is still conscious, but seems like he's not quite there. He seems very not in full control of his capacities. He does not seem well.
Can I address Vishkil for a moment?
Sure.
Vishkil, we have to try to get him to the druid or the healer, or he's gonna die and spread the disease through your village.
Vishkil seems... He looks at you and just nods emphatically. He keeps nodding immediately as soon as you finish saying that, and just keeps nodding as he says, yes, we... The druid. We have to get to the druid. The healer's in town. The druid. Let's get to him.
Help us put him on a larder, and we'll take him and go. Okay?
He seems very desperate, and it is a lot of trouble for him right now to focus on what you're saying, but he nods, seeming to understand, and kind of tries to help you guys, not really leaving the surroundings of Captain Crimson, who's falling on the ground, but Vishkil seems to help you as you he points out things in places that you can use, some brooms and sticks and other things that you can use to make a makeshift bed carrying thing for him, because I imagine that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
All right.
A stretcher.
Yes, a stretcher. Thank you.
Yep.
I forgot what those are called. So
Larder is the word.
you make a larder for him, and quickly and easily enough, you make a larder for him, and I assume some of you pick it up after he's bind to it and held immobile now. Vishkil does not seem to have the same guiding and exploring and adventuring capabilities that Captain Crimson did, but he holds to the back part of the larder and seems to starts helping guide you guys towards the druid, if that is the closest place of healing that they can think of.
Might be best if you just give us directions and stay in town. We'll take Captain Crimson there.
Yeah, it's better if we go alone.
I don't know. What if we forget the way?
He looks at all
Well,
of you.
it's a forest. I mean, the path should be easy to follow. It's
Well-
not like a city with a bunch of streets where you can get swingled or lost.
Yeah, from what I know, druids generally stay in places where they're a little harder to find.
Well, I'm more thinking we don't need another infected goblin if anything happens.
Speaking of other infected goblins, was anybody else bit that survived?
As you look around, it does not seem like it. All the other goblins, none of them were actually attacked by the wargs. All of them managed to scurry away before the warg had a chance to strike or hit anyone. And the only one that actually got injured was the captain and the two of you, but neither of you are goblins, so you're okay. Goblin
Oh, that's good.
So, Vishku, he just says, you might be right. You might be right. I'll get some supplies. I'll make a run to the city, to town, and see if they have something. And you bring him to the druid, if you can.
All right.
And at this moment, you just see Vishku scrounging through the house, putting together all the coins that they have in the house. Also picking the coin pouch that is on Captain Crimson's waist, putting it together with his own belongings, puts it inside a bag, a shoulder bag, and he just looks at you, very worried, and says, "Take care of him." And he leaves. This point that he's leaving the house alongside you with the ladder, carrying Captain Crimson. All the other goblins and bugbears that were around, they look very worried, kind of keeping their distance, but sort of still. All of them are paying attention to you, Seven, as you leave the town.
Before we completely leave the town, I want to go up to somebody and ask if any of the supplies we brought in were or contained warg food.
Food.
For the wargs, yes.
Make an investigation check. Why not? As you finish also gathering up some of the saliva, you also take some time to go and talk to all the other goblins and the people to see what has happened and what has transpired. And there has not really been any food brought in any way.
Or any supplies for the wargs, specifically?
Things that were brought to the wargs, there doesn't seem to be anything too weird that you imagine would like cause this reaction. Investigating around, it does not seem like anything of the stuff that you brought is weird or bad in any way. In fact, one of the goblins even say, as you are asking around, that one of the wargs that they had been lost a few days ago. As they were herding and kind of just riding the wargs, one of them was attacked by a creature in the wilds, and the rest of the herd scattered and they kind of herded it back to the town, but one of the wargs were lost and one of the other ones was injured. And then...
Okay.
So we now know that it takes a few days.
In a warg, but clearly it's a bit faster in a man or goblin.
potentially, but
Well, the warg has more mass than a goblin, so
Oh yeah, a goblin is like... You get the sense, Reveroff, that on a goblin or a goblinoid, it would be much faster than in a warg, which is a large creature bigger than a horse.
okay, that's less unsettling. But okay, I'll go catch up with the group quickly, and we can head off.
Okay, so all 5 of you carrying Captain Crimson start to make your way northwards. As you go to the exit of the village, you part ways with Vishku, who goes south back to Wildhaven to try and scrounge medicine and whatever else he can find from the general stores and whatever other things the ships have been bringing in and out in those voyages. And the 5 of you start making your way northwards, following the directions that they gave you to find the druid. So I would like one of you to lead the party and make a survival check.
I claim not it.
Oh, okay, I have a +3 on survival. Okay, we
I
have the
admit-
same. Anyways,
I has plus
Yeah.
3, and I just rolled a 17
yeah.
or 20.
Oh, there you go. So
Yeah. Better than my -1 to survival. Follow me if you want to get lost.
So Ojuk, you quickly and niftily start following the directions that they have given you. Since you are not leading the party, since you are leading the party, you are not carrying the stretcher. So who is carrying the stretcher?
I imagine the 2 strongest.
If it's not a problem that I encumber it, I can actually try and pull it.
I have a strength of 12.
I've got a strength of 17, but I am also 3 feet tall.
I have a strength 10. Oh, sorry, 11.
Well, might I suggest Cobalt take the end of it, and Elser take the front of it, and
I'm fine.
that should work.
So it is very unwieldy and kind of uncomfortable for the both of you because Halser, you're kind of having to kind of bend down, and Zach, you're trying to kind of stretch your arms as tall as you can to kind of keep
We've maximized the size difference.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So
If I see them startling too much, I'll take Zach's end.
so the tallest and the shortest party member both start carrying this stretcher. It's uncomfortable, but you're strong enough to make do. It's not too bad. And then since Halser has his hands occupied with it, either Nitria or Reveroff, one of you is carrying the head of the warg.
Etria would carry it.
Sure. So Reveroff, you're the only one who has your hands free to do anything else. So
Well, aside from me.
yeah, no, you're leading the party,
Yep.
trying to find a way. So Reveroff, since you're the only one who is free, is there anything you would like to do on the way, like any sort of preparations or whatever?
Not that I can think of. I guess I'll just be watching the captain and making sure he stays comfortable, mopping sweat, keeping him warm, cool, whichever is appropriate.
All right. You can see that even though he has convulsed and he seems very bad, he starts talking or trying to talk, and he seems to mostly be babbling, and whatever he's saying is not super coherent. You imagine that if you had a lot more context, as like having lived with this man for however many years old he is, you would understand a little bit more what he's saying, but even then, it would still mostly be gibberish. Is there anything the party would like to discuss in these few hours that it takes for you guys to reach the druid?
Should I check perception to see how we're doing in the travel, or if anything's after us, etc., etc.?
No, you're already guiding the party very well with that survival roll of yours.
Okay.
It's more so just if you guys want to discuss anything along the ways to, getting on your destination. So, it takes about 1 hour, 1.5 hours. You imagine you would have done this way faster if you were not carrying so much weight around. But eventually you guys start hearing in the distance a shrieky voice that just seems to be yelling from a distance, kind of few hundred feet away from you, towards the direction you're going. Just seems to be saying, "You stay down, you stop it, no beaking." And as you start approaching Ojuk, you do see what seems to be a small goblin perched atop a tree, and what seems to be like 2 chickens trying to jump up, flap its wings towards the goblin that is in the tree. They don't seem very able to reach it, but they seem violent. And even from this distance, as you squint and look forward, you notice that those chickens, they're also frothing from their mouth.
Great. Rescue
Rabbit
mission.
chickens.
Hobgoblin
Shiny.
chickens.
Dire chicken.
So
Well, let's
you-
go thwart some chickens and save a goblin.
Yeah, Nitra would probably just walk over and, I mean, it's a fucking chicken. She'd probably just punt it.
Sure. So Nitria, Ojuk, and
please.
Revrov, the 3 of you start to approach the chickens as you, Halser, and Zach are still carrying the stretcher. So you stay a little bit far behind as the 3 of you approach this chicken situation here.
I'm gonna pull out my great sword and be ready to just stab some chicken. Seriously.
Sure.
If they're frothing, I'm just going to Eldritch Blast around them. If they don't get scared off, then I'll Eldritch Blast them.
We don't want them to run off. We want them dead. We don't want them spreading this. This is bad.
Well, then I'll Eldritch Blast them, period.
Okay, doggo, throw us some chickens.
I'm about to do that. Just a second. Well, no, that's not you. It's who else?
Is this how you go easy mode on us? We're fighting chickens.
Yes.
It's like straight up Legend of Zelda shit right here. Don't
Exactly.
piss
Well,
off
if it was,
chickens.
if it was
No,
Legend of
that's a bad
Zelda, this would be a deadly encounter.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you kick one chicken, 30 appear to take up arms against you. So,
no.
party, as you approach, you notice that those chickens, they're trying to jump up in the tree. They look at you and they start to hiss and flap their kind of scaly wings. And you notice, now that you're closer, those are not quite chickens. They're a wrong kind of chicken.
Oh, okay.
And I would like everyone
The
to
petrifying kind.
go ahead and roll for initiative again.
Oh no. We're fighting cockatrices.
Oops. Well, the 17 was the first one.
Boop.
Well, that's appropriate for a caster.
So, Hauser, you rolled a 5.
Yeah, well, I'm very encumbered.
Indeed. Just next time you roll for initiative, try and click your token before you do that, because then it auto adds your initiative to the initiative counter.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's alright. It makes things
It's
easier.
something you learn.
Yeah, something I forgot to explain to you. Because I didn't want to scare you guys off by saying, oh, you'll be rolling initiative tomorrow so many times. So that's 7 and 10. So those are not super fast chickens, but chickens nonetheless.
Chickens of death.
Chickens
Terror
of death.
chickens.
I seriously was like picturing like normal farm chickens that are just like frothing at the mouth. I'm like, she's just gonna fucking punt these little shits.
But alas, these are more than just your wee chickens.
Yeah, the moment I heard chicken and we're in a forest, it's like, oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
Forest chickens.
But yeah,
Nature's wonder.
that's the kind of shitty DM you have, one that throws these sort of chickens at you. So, as all of you guys start approaching those rabbit chickens, Ojuk, you seem to have the... You notice those things the first, and you notice the chickens you approach, and what are you doing?
Well, considering they're not ordinary chickens, I'm actually going to drop my greatsword and sling a rock at one of them and run. So how about the closer one?
So... That's the wrong command, just a second. QE. Yes. So... Oh, you have an actual sling. Good, on you. So, Ojuk, you come closer to the chickens as you notice that they're scaly and mean looking and not very nice. You chuck a rock at the closest one and you hit with that 18. So roll for damage. Alright, so as you clock this chicken across the face, it just lets out a baka! It looks at you, and you see now froth spilling and spittle just flying around. This chicken just turns and keeps flapping its wings, now having the whole of your party at on its focus. So that's your attack, and then you just run the hell away. Sure. Is that your turn?
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay. So the little goblin atop the tree, you notice now is a very small goblin woman, very elderly. She seems to be have some accoutrements on her. She looks like a druid, and you imagine, hey, maybe she's the druid. And she just looks at all of you and says, "No, don't kill my chickens. Let them be." But the chickens don't seem to really stop gawking and trying to claw people's face out. So she doesn't seem to be doing much. Nitria.
They're rabid.
Nitria's good.
God. We're
She's
gonna have
gonna
to non-lethal
drop-
take down a chicken.
That is actually what Nitria will go for. She's going to drop the head and draw her sword. Wait, drawing a weapon takes a whole action, doesn't it?
Not if you also attack as a part of drawing the weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, well that works because that's kind of
The first
thing.
one's free.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, she's just gonna sigh and drop the goblin head down, and she's going to run over here, and she is going to try and katana it.
All right. So Nitria, you run to this chicken and try to slash at it, and as you do, this chicken just It's very small. They're actually small creatures, so as it kind of just keeps flapping its wings around, kind of trying to jump at you, you'll lop off one of its wings and then it flops to the ground, rolls in place and stands up and once again just gawks at you. Now mono-winged, and it does not seem to be doing well. It is bloodied.
Alright, and then she's gonna back up just a little bit.
Alright. It cannot attack of opportunity you, sadly.
Nope.
So that's what you do. Next up is Zach. You are holding a hobgoblin in your stretcher. What are you doing?
Well, my previous plan probably won't work on account of the fact that it's gonna explode the chickens, which apparently is not what we're supposed to do. So I'm going to wait until Helser puts down the stretcher to do so as well, so that our resident rabies patient doesn't just flop onto the floor, which is unfortunately then going to be my turn.
All right. So you're ready in action to lower the the stretcher once Hauser does so as well, and that's it for you. You can't really move. You can't do much else. You're just kind of locked in this position.
What a waste of good initiative roll.
So next up is chicken that you just cut the wing off. It's gonna run up to you, Nitria, and it's gonna, beak the ever living shit out of you. So as this cockatrice runs towards you, because thankfully some of your party members seem to scream out, "Oh no, those are cockatrices!" So you know what they are, and that's a lovely 18 to hit. Awesome.
That hits. Yep.
Prepare to be stoned.
So it deals 3 points of piercing damage, and you make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
So
I think that fails.
Maybe it depends. This is low level.
So as the chicken beaks at your leg, trying to jump up, but not really gaining any height because you cut off its fucking wing. It beaks at your leg, and you try to move away, but then you feel like your muscles are seizing up, and your leg doesn't seem to work. You are considered restrained.
Okay.
I think you have to roll an 11.
So, Nitria, you are restrained, and I have absolutely no idea what that does until I go and check the rules, but I believe you cannot take actions.
What?
No, you can. Move. You can't move. Attacks against you have advantage, I think.
Oh yeah, you have disadvantage on attacks, that's it. And you have disadvantage on dex saving throws, so that should be fun. But still, that's all the chicken is able to do.
Whatever.
I certainly hope the chicken does not call for a dex save. That's terrifying.
It won't.
At least I fucking hit something.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Nitri, as your leg starts to seize up and you feel movement stopping on your lower body, Ravarov, you're right behind Nitri. You see this happening. What are you doing?
I'm assuming that heart means half health.
What did you say?
The heart on the cockatrice, does it mean half health? Does it mean bloodied?
Yes, it's at half health.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to go from here to here to here. And because Eldritch Blast does not do non-lethal damage, I'm going to whap it with a stick.
Sure. That hits, actually. So you walk up to this chicken and you, with your quarterstaff, you just bonk it on the head. It dizes the ever-living shit out of this chicken. It seems very woozy and kind of aimless, and it stops hissing for a moment before it looks back at you and hisses once again, spitting more of that more of that froth towards you, but seems to not have been put down. It's still going. Are you doing anything else?
Well, I'm going to do Expeditious Retreat, and bye.
Can you do that?
It's a bonus action.
Oh yeah, it's a spell. You get to disengage, was it? No, you don't incur attacks of opportunity, I think.
I do incur attacks of opportunity, but I am dashing the fuck away if I can.
Okay, so yeah, the chicken does attack you. So that's gonna be a 21 to hit.
Ouch.
So you suffer 5 points of damage and make a con saving throw. Alright. So you feel the beak of the chicken peck at your calf as you're trying to run away, and it hurts, and you kind of stumble for a moment, but you leave Nitria behind and just runs, and you dash to a certain safe distance, and you look back, and your draconic resilience allows you to.
I was there, so...
Yeah, I believe you can move where you had gone to.
I'm there now.
Yeah, it seems like you're able to stave off the effects of whatever these creatures are giving off, and you do not get infected by whatever you had. Now it's the other chicken's turn. It's going to go ahead and...
But he suffered damage, didn't he? Piercing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I took it off of the temporary.
Yep.
Ah.
So this other chicken here has a flying speed, so it flies towards you, Reverov, because it still has both of its wings. It flies towards you,
Sweet
and
Jesus.
it lands, striking at your face with both of its talons, and that's gonna be a 10, which misses.
Yay.
So as it flies up to you, you're still with the quarterstaff on your hand, you just kind of lift it up and just cluck the chicken, which kind of spins on the air and then lands harmlessly beside you, but it still is hissing towards you and seems very intent in causing you harm. But, next up, finally, Halser, what are you doing?
Okay, first thing, I drop the stretch.
Okay, you
Then I
put
run.
it down.
Yeah, I put it down. Then I run toward the chicken. Actually, here.
And then what do you do? Alright.
Oh no.
So, Halser, you run towards the chick. You put down the stretcher, and then you start to run, and you pick out your great axe. And as you run towards the chicken, you try to kind of hockey punt it with your great axe, but the chicken is too nimble and too small, in fact, and it manages to just dodge out of the way of your great axe as it kind of almost nicks a little bit of Ravrov's tail, but it misses that as well. Are you doing anything else with the remainder of your turn? Halser? No.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm gonna move one square around the chicken.
Okay. And that's the end of your turn, because you have nothing else you can do, I believe.
Yep.
Alright, so beginning of the second round. Ojuk, what are you doing?
I am going to move up beside the chicken as I draw my maul because I dropped my greatsword. Halser's now standing on it. And I'm going to hit this thing with a maul. Trying not to
Yay.
kill it,
Sure.
hopefully to knock it unconscious.
Sure.
4.
That hits. You pick your maul, and then when you see the chicken, you run up to it, and you try also to clonk it on the head, and it suffers a sizable amount of damage. But as you do, it has sort of a spring reaction to it, like you bludgeon the side of its head, and the head moves out of the way. Actually, it moves with the maul, but the body stays in place, and once the maul goes away, the head kind of just flicks back as if on a spring. It's very, very odd of a sight to behold, but this chicken is still up. So, that's your turn, I believe? Or are you moving?
That'll be my turn.
Alright. So, as you guys start trying to punt these chickens from the top of the tree, the goblin just keeps going, "My chickens! No! Don't kill them! Or maybe do, I don't know, but chickens, they're mine!" And it seems unsure of what to do as it sees some of you getting peeked and beaked by chickens. So, Nitria, what are you doing?
Wait, does Nitria get to make another con save?
At the
I
end of
think
your
so.
turn.
Oh, end of my turn.
Yes.
Okay. Well, she's going to try and take the broad edge of her blade and non-lethally attack this thing again.
Okay, number 1, right?
Yeah.
Alright,
She
so
can't move.
So instead of slashing at the chicken, you kind of just hit the chicken with the broad part of your sword, kind of just going overhead and bonking down at it. And as you do, it slaps the chicken into the ground. It just gets slapped down and knocked unconscious. By the way, no, you make an
that's
attack with...
disadvantage.
Yes, disadvantage. Well reminded. Oh, it hits.
Okay. Yeah.
And you bonk this chicken into unconsciousness.
And then I make a con save, right?
Yes. Please don't fail.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, there you go. So, as
That
you...
would have been an awkward 24 hours.
Yeah, so as you feel your legs size up and you bonk this chicken with your muscle sizing up, you kind of just shrug it off and you kind of just use your inner force to stave off this effect, and you are no longer restrained, and whatever effect this chicken tried to inflict on you is gone.
Yay!
So you're good to go. Next up is you still have movement if you want to move.
No, at the end of the...
Yeah, it's at the
She
end of
doesn't
my
have
turn.
movement until
Oh
the
yeah,
end
yeah,
of her
yeah, yeah.
turn.
That is true. Sorry, Zach.
Okay, I am going to... Now that the stretcher is all nice and fancy on the floor, I'm just gonna run over to the chicken and smack it with the flat side of my sword.
You get a plus
No.
2, don't forget.
Yep.
Okay, then that would be a 12 to hit.
Which hits. So you turn your sword into a clucking, bonking
A
weapon.
bat. I bat the chicken.
Yeah, you bat the chicken. Don't take that out of context, internet. Oh, it's not dead. It just suffers damage. I put in the wrong thing. It's bloodied. So you as well gang up on this chicken and bonk it on the head, and it looks dizzy for a moment, but then it looks at you hissing now, seeing all these three very tall creatures surrounding it and you, Zach. And
I stare it in the eye.
you stare down this chicken, and this chicken tries to stare back at you, hissing and frothing more, and its days counted. It just does not know that yet. But still, next up is Ravroff.
Yep, non-lethal bonk.
Alright. You are not flanking with anyone from your position, so that 10 misses. Unfortunately.
Oh well. I still have expeditious retreat, and I don't want to get hit again, so... Oop.
Alright, so you try to move out of the way of the chicken, and the chicken sees you moving away and gonna try and back at you. It's gonna miss with a 5. And then it's the turn of the chicken anyway, and then as the chicken looks around so many supple targets, kinda ready for the taking, it's gonna go ahead and beak at you, Zach, since you're the last one who attacked it. Oh, that dice went far away. That's hit. That hits with a 21. So you suffer 4 points of piercing damage as it beaks at you.
Alrighty ho.
Because you're small, it doesn't beaks at your feet, it beaks at your chest pretty much. And hits you.
Little shit.
And you make a Constitution saving throw.
Thankfully, I'm proficient in those. So, yay.
And even though this chicken beaks at you, you kind of just shrug it off and look down at this chicken with anger in your eyes, like, oh, this chicken is going down. And this chicken is not going to move because it can't go anywhere. So next up is you, Halser.
Okay. Well, is there a way I can actually hit it with the great axe without killing it?
Sure, you just declare that you're attacking it non-lethally.
Yeah.
Great axe is a
Okay.
golf club.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Fine. So I try attacking the chicken.
Alright. The only thing to note is that any weapon you have, you can declare that you're attacking non-lethally, unless it's a ranged attack. You can't range non-lethally at people.
Okay, fine.
But melee is okay. So you go and collect this chicken with the broadside of your axe, dealing 10 points of damage, which is more than this chicken had remaining. So you literally just punt this chicken into the woods with your great axe, and it goes flying away and kind of gets lodged up on a tree. But still very far away from the group, and all of you are out of harm's way now, as all the chickens have been dealt with.
Nice shot.
We survived the cuckoo attack.
I'll pick back up my great sword from between Halser's feet.
Oh my.
Sorry.
Nature is gonna walk up to the tree like, well, they're not dead.
Technically.
The goblin woman, the druid, you gather, she just looks down at you. Well, I guess they're not dead. Well, I guess this is a problem solved then. Can someone help me down, please? And she tries to look around herself, and it's a tall tree, and she's a tiny goblin.
Nitria would put her arms out, but whoever runs up.
Sure. So as you put out your arms, Nitria, this goblin, she just seems to kind of try to lower herself into the branch and then let go, falling into your arms as you catch her, put her back on the ground, and she's a small, shorter than Zach, and she just looks around and says, well, thank you for saving me. Those chickens were very obnoxious today, but who are you lot? Mm-hmm. And she is looking up at all of your faces, squinting to try and decide who you are, and she doesn't seem to recognize any of you.
Nitria will bound out to her and be like, I'm Nitria.
Oh, hi, Nitria.
And you are...
I'm Warmies. So, what have you all come to do in my little corner of wilderness?
We have
Wisdom.
somebody who caught goblin rabies and need them cured before it takes full hold.
I think maybe the same thing that has, and Nichiro point at the chicken right behind her.
So the goblin, she looks at the chickens, and then at Captain Crimson, still on the stretcher on the floor, several feet behind you guys, and says, "Oh, oh my, has a spread, has it? Well then, bring them in." And she starts waving with her hand and starts gesturing towards her house as she moves that way, kind of urging you guys to take the captain over there. And as you do, yes,
grab the chicken and bring it along.
sure. So you doing your best, all of you guys, you wrap the chickens, or rather try to get the chickens, trying to disrupt it the least as possible. Bring them in, and the goblin, she invites you into her home. All of you put down the captain on the in her very tiny hut. There's not a lot of space in there. You see, there's a tiny bed that looks more like a baby crib, but fits her perfectly. And she looks at the captain and she says, "So what happened with this one here? He got bit, didn't he? I did not know my chickens had gone that far away."
It wasn't your chickens.
It was not?
Not directly, at least.
What was it then?
Yeah. Looks like there is some sort of outbreak in the forest.
Oh, so it's not just the chickens anymore, is it?
Yeah, it seems to be jumping between species.
Oh my, I knew I should have done something about that, but... Oh well. I guess that's what you get for being lazy. Just a moment, you all have some tea. And she points at a table, and there's the fireplace that she has with a kettle on top of it that has been there. You get it for a while because as you go to touch it, it's completely cold. But still, she gets down beside the captain and starts to look and examine him. And she puts both of her hands on his head and starts making some whispering in a language none of you speak. Arcane words you gather, and she casts a spell on the captain. And after she finishes casting this spell, you see that the captain, who was kind of had a fever, he was sweating profusely and kind of not looking right at all. He all of a sudden seems to improve. His shivering stops. The fever that he had seems to cool down, and his temperature goes back to normal. His kind of faltering breath now resumes normally, and he is just laying down there on the stretcher. He seems to be asleep / passed out, but he seems much better now that she's done some druidic spell casting onto him.
Nitro will go over and just be, "You think he's better now?"
Oh, he'd better be. I mean, as best as you can when you are in this situation. And she points at him, kind of tied to the ground with an arm still bleeding a little bit from the previous bite he took much earlier in the day.
Nitro will cut him loose from the bindings.
And I'll rewrap that bandage.
Alright, so you guys spend some time trying to fix the captain as best as you can with what resources you have. There isn't a lot of space to put him down. There is sort of a couch on the corner of this druid's hut. That is like is bigger than her crib, and you feel like you can put him there, and it's still a little bit snug, but this couch is much better than the floor, and the captain just kind of lays there, and then the druid Warmis, she brings in a little blanket that barely even covers him, but she puts it on top of him and just puts it there. The captain at this point is just kind of sleeping. You can see his chest rising and falling as he is breathing in and out. You can almost hear a hint of a snore. And he seems much better now. And then she directs her gaze at the rest of you and says, "Well then, now for my chickens. You gone down did a number on them, didn't you?" And she picks up the chicken that is missing a wing.
Well, they pulled the number on us too.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
started it.
They attacked me.
But
they're alive.
She nods and says, "Oh yeah, they are alive, I suppose, but... well, not whole. But still, thank you for not killing my chickens." And she starts to also seem to kind of go on and cast some other druidic spell on those chickens to heal them out of whatever illness they had. Apparently those chickens had also contracted some sort of disease, and they seem more healthy now, except that one of the chickens is missing a wing, but still. Well, I used to have so many chickens, you know. I used to have 10 of them. It was so many chickens. I ate egg every day, but now only these 2 remain. And she kind of looks a little bit sadly at the chickens.
Well, maybe the one without a wing will have a harder time getting away now.
Well, you're right. I suppose it will. So, what can I do for you?
Well, that was all we came here for. Here's this, by the way.
And Nitra is going to hand her 7 gold.
She looks at the gold and kind of seems to scoff and says, "What is that for?"
How would I offer her a ration and ask if she can take care of the captain until he's well enough to leave on his own?
She takes her rations and opens up the package and says, "Oh, I like these. What are beans?" She seems happy with seeing a little bit of varied food. And she puts it down onto a desk that she has and says, "Well, I could take care of your captain, yes. There's... You all seem very, very happy about cutting things, don't you?"
Wait, happy about what?
Cutting things down.
I don't know if happy is the word, but I'm kind of good at it.
I mean, only when we have to.
I'm not happy about being pecked at by rabid chickens.
Does she have something in mind that she wants us to go take down? Is it what she's getting at?
She looks at you.
Probably.
And you get the sense that yes, she has something. And she... Well, you see, all the other chickens I had, they were taken away by this creature that lives on the ground, and it's bitten them. And I think that's where it started. This whole thing that they have with this hissing and the snarling and this poor behavior that they have right now. So, this creature that lives on the ground is kind of big, and I'm kind of small. But you are big, and she points at some of you.
I glare at her.
Maybe you can take care of this thing for me.
Well, there is big and big. How big we're actually talking about?
Well, and you see she looking up, kind of pensive. It's this big dick. No, dick. No, not dick. Cock, yes, this big cockroach of a creature. It's, I don't know. As big as those beasts the people from the village ride here back and forth. Those wargs. Almost as big as them, yes.
Well, that's one hell of a bag.
Alright, let's go kill this big bug.
Yeah, it seems doable.
Alright. So, as she nods, as all of you guys look very, apparently, happy to take care of this problem for them, all of you leave the captain behind, resting in his, in the couch. Before going, she picks up a little wooden crate without the top that seems to have been lined with some sort of like a leather tarp of sorts, and she picks some of the ration you gave to her, Ojuk. She starts cutting it down into pieces, the meats and whatnot that's in your rations, and she puts it down on the ground in this crate, and she puts it next to the chickens, and then she does the same thing but with a water skin of water, but in the same way for the chickens, like a little cup for them to eat when they wake up. All right, I think yeah, we're ready to go. She looks squinting up at all of you. Some of you look a little bit worse for wear, but nah, you'll be fine. She waves her hand and starts walking out of her house, waving for you to follow her.
She just looks at Nitria and she thinks she's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are not fine, but she seems to think you are.
Goblins have hard lives.
Nitria would probably speak up. She'd be like, I actually could use a little help if you want. I have some food from the southern continent that you could have.
She looks up at you and then seems to squint and come a little bit closer to analyze you, and you get the sense that she does not have a good sight. But she approaches you and says, "Oh yes, I suppose you could use a little bit of help. Here, let me help you." And she pulls you a little bit closer, Nitria, and she casts Cure Wound on you, I suppose, is what you were after.
Just something to put me a little bit higher, because I have 8 total HP and have been rolling very badly, so I'm scared.
Sure. So she goes and puts her hands, her tiny gobbly hands on you and casts Cure Wound using... Ooh, she rolled an 8 plus 3, that's 11 hit points you regain.
Well, there we go. I am topped off. Whee!
If we're doing healing, then I could use a little bit as well.
And she looks at you and says, "Oh, you look like such a hardy one. Where's the boo-boo? Show me.
I point at the big ass bite mark on my leg.
And she puts her hands on your legs and starts casting Cure Wounds as well, and you heal 7 hit points.
Thank you very much. Here, and yeah, Nitra is gonna hand her some of her rations, which I imagine would probably look pretty weird and different.
Yes. She looks very excited as she sees you handing some of those rations, and she picks it up, opens it, and looks at it, and you see this big grin on her face, and she says, "Oh, this is good, this is good, my chickens will love this." And she folds it back, puts it on her desk, and then she starts guiding you. "Come this way, this way. It's a short walk from here. Come on, come on." She guides all of you out of the house. She starts walking a little bit off to the side. At this point, you guys are going. You gather like even further north than you have been. Going. You get the sense that you have walked quite a distance northwards, and you're about-ish here in the map. So, as she keeps guiding you northwards, eventually she comes to a point where you see there's this big hole on the ground, and she looks down at the hole and says, "I think this is where the creature came from the last. Yes, I think it is here. She looks back at the whole lot of you and says, "Well, who's going down first?" And as you look in front of you, there is this big hole on the ground that seems burrowed, like an underground creature burrowed this hole and went down, and it's big. You guys can get down this hole comfortably, even probably more easily if this hole was like at an angle, but it's kind of very vertical at this moment. So you get this.
How deep does it seem to be? I mean, if we tie a rope at the top, I can easily climb down with my climbing speed to find a place to tie the rope at the bottom for everyone else.
Yeah, the three of you with dark vision looking down, you can see that the hole is about some 20 feet deep.
Perfect.
It's not too deep, but still, it would be hard to climb out of it.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to see too well down there.
Don't you have a torch?
I do, but I mean, have you tried fighting with a sword and a torch?
No, I have dark vision.
Same. Anyway, I'm gonna tie off a rope and climb down.
Okay, so Ojuk, you find some trees and stones that you can kind of clump together and tie off this rope. The closest tree seems to be about 10, 15-ish feet from this hole, and then you pull the rope and throw the remainder down, and it kind of just neatly goes all the way down to the bottom at the very end of the length of the rope. And it looks safe, and it looks secure enough for you to start climbing down.
We better come back this way. I'm not leaving my silk rope.
Okay.
Oh my. Silk.
It's extra expensive. So...
Extra fancy.
That you.
For all those things you do with silk rope.
So are you guys going down the hole?
I think I
guess
should
we're
try
calling
to
into the
follow
hole.
them.
Okay. So, either Revrov, Zach, or Ujuk, whichever one of the three of you has dark vision, goes first down the hole, climbing down this rope that Ujuk has tied to a tree. And as you climb down one by one, all of you get to the bottom of this out of this burrowed hole, and as you look around, those caverns are kind of big, so you all fit comfortably over there. And then eventually all five of you climb down, and what's her name? Wormis. She also slowly starts climbing down as well. I suppose that at some point some of you guys help her finish the climb, and you all find yourself inside this dark hole. In here. Except I need to give this Shoot all players. So that is where the party is at.
Oh no.
Nitria, I guess, will try and hold a torch, and she's just going one-handed.
Sure. So it's hard to see for most of you. No, most of you actually. Only Nitria and Hauser. The two of you can't see for shit until Nitria lights up a torch, and even then, the light you can see it's not too far. But the remainder of your party seems very confident, and they say, the path goes down, and it kind of forks left and right. And at this point, the druid goblin, she's just following you along. She's not leading anymore. So, party, you see these cavernous walls, apparently dug up with whatever sort of appendages these creatures have to dug caverns and tunnels. Well, tunnels actually. Burrowing around, and it seems to have made this whole underground place here its own home of kind. And you do see some marks on the floor as well. They're kind of hard to see, but regardless, you are down in this hole, and in front of you, you see two paths. Which one do you take?
Well, I'm gonna follow the people that can actually see in the dark.
It might be wiser to start with the wider one. If we need to escape, we can escape quicker from there.
Fair enough. So, as the party starts going down, I would need a marching order. So, who's leading the front?
I would rather not lead. It's not favorable to my fighting style.
And Nitria can't see terribly far, so she's going to stay towards the back.
I'd like to
Yeah,
stay somewhere in the middle.
To be honest, even if I can't see very well, I'm the one that can resist more hits, so I can take the blunt of one attack if we get ambushed.
So, you're taking the front, Hauser?
Yeah, I was thinking it could be the safer thing for the entire party.
Okay. So, Hauser and who else is taking the front?
I'll join him.
Okay, so Hauser and Zach. In the middle, we have, I would say, Nitria and who else? Ojuk?
Ojuk.
Okay, and then Ravroff and Waramis in the back. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So the six of you start making your way down, following Ojuk's suggestion. You start going with the broader path, and you move down this corridor, and then you start moving down, and then down. And as you get to the end of that path, you see that this corridor kind of seems to split into two passages, or rather three. And you seem to notice some sort of a light source to a corridor to the side a little bit. The other one is windy, and another one you haven't gotten far enough to be able to see it.
Makes sense to check the light first. Should anyone roll for perception on anything? Or just stick with passive?
Unless you're actively trying to perceive something, there isn't much to...
Well, I'd say we try.
Okay. So, Ojuk, if you want, you can go ahead and make a perception check. What are you trying to perceive?
Just where these giant roaches might be.
Alright.
Well, probably not towards the light. That's probably the surface.
So, make actually a survival check, Ojuk. 12. It seems... actually, it seems like the path where there seems to be more movement of whatever this creature is to the right. The path of the light and the path further down does not seem as well traveled as the one directly to your east.
Okay, so before we go deal with the bugs, let's just check what's around these sections.
All right. So
Head
Okay.
toward the light. At least for
Well-
the moment.
I mean, with the light, in theory, it means that we can escape faster, at the very least. Not that there's a rope.
the party starts to walk towards the light, and as you do, you come to the end of this tunnel, and it seems to be just a cavern, where all you see is the body of what appears to be a bugbear, half eaten, half corroded by acid, and it seems to have dropped most of his belongings here on the ground. Along those belongings is a torch that seems to be burning.
That means he must have died within hours unless it's some type of special torch. Let's check through his possessions and see what, if anything, of his use.
Okay, make an investigation check, Ojuk.
Ooh, I'm not very good at that, I don't think. Yeah, I'll let somebody else do it. If they want.
I think I
I can.
put expertise into investigation.
So, Revrov,
No, I didn't. But I've got a +6 to it.
you get down on the ground and start rummaging through these creatures' belongings. And surely enough, you do see that this guy has had some stuff on him. Not much, really, but still, he had stuff. If only my thing would work.
We're desperate to know what's his shield, what's his armor. Is the torch magically burning forever?
I attempt to extinguish the torch.
The torch, as you pick it up and notice, even though there is a flame that is burning, it does not seem to actually be burning. And the torch, when you grab it, it's not. The wood is not. The handle is not made of wood. It's made of metal. It's very well chiseled and with some intricate patterns in the middle and some inscriptions in Goblin.
Ooh.
And when you
Ooh, I can try to read that.
and when
Yeah,
you
we could ask the druid.
yeah, as well. And when you see the flame, it seems to be magical and everlasting.
Everlasting torch. Nice.
And this flame does not seem to emit heat and doesn't seem to burn things. It seems to just have a flame-like effect only for the purposes of illumination.
So it means it can be attached to a backpack and not use a hand.
Pretty much, yeah. You will be a walking beacon of light, but it works.
Well, I assume there's probably a way to switch it off.
And
Or you could shove it in a backpack.
when you guys
Well, yes, but then it's not light. It's
So,
I-
Halser, why don't you put that on your backpack? We'll read it later. What's the other gear?
when you guys look at Halser, you also notice. You hadn't noticed this before, but after so long in the ship, you kind of got used to it. But now you take another look at Halser and notice that he has some things kind of hanging off his antlers.
What are you suggesting? We just have him tie it to his antler?
I mean, if the thought didn't cross anyone's mind, there you go. Furthermore, into this guy's corpse, you do find what seems to be a potion in his hand, the hand of this goblinoid, this bugbear. They did not get time to drink it, whatever it was. None of you know what this potion is right away.
Can I use my alchemy proficiency to figure that out?
Sure, yeah.
Not that I have any tools, but I think that's more for making it than
Yeah, so make an intelligence check with a proficiency.
loop.
Ah, there you go. As you open this potion and you smell it and take a taste of it, it seems to be a potion of resistance to acid. And once again, looking at this body, it has been burned down by acid. Corroded.
Clearly, the potion doesn't work that well.
Well, you say that, but
It's the potion is actually
it's more he failed to. It's more he didn't drink the potion.
Yeah, it's still undrinked. It was on his hand. Apparently, he was about to go drink it, but he didn't have time to do it before something came and acidized him.
Well, clearly he was prepared for whatever that is.
Furthermore, exploring this guy's belongings, because why not? You do find that he had a coin pouch with 150 silver pieces.
Not bad.
No gold and no copper, just silver pieces.
Okay, stash that away for later.
Yeah.
Maybe just put it in the group notes.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So, all of you get up, talk amongst yourselves, and come to the conclusion that this guy was some sort of explorer or adventurer, mercenary, or whatever that came here to either explore this burrow or deal with whatever this thing is that has been infecting creatures, but he found his demise. But instead of actually going rabid and attacking everything and everyone, he just seems to have met his end at the hands, claws, or whatever of the creature.
So we need to proceed with caution unless we want to end up like this guy.
Yeah, he was definitely. Well, I say prepared. He clearly wasn't, but he knew what he was against, at the very least.
Do we want to check the tunnel south before we possibly continue onward?
Yeah, I agree.
Might be the best idea.
Alright, so as you go forward, you take a little bit of a detour only to realize, sadly, that the tunnel leads nowhere.
I'd like to look at the walls. Do these look burrowed?
Yes, they do. As you approach Nitria and look at these walls and examine, it seems like these creatures, there does not seem to be a pattern to how they burrow, really. But as you get close to this wall and start looking at it, you do notice that the terrain here is a little bit more furrows. I guess that's a word. It's more irony. It's harder to dig through.
Ferrous,
Okay.
yes, iron-based. Yay. Anyone with smithing tools? No, kidding.
So,
Nitro would probably go over to like the end if it's still in range of the light and try looking up to see if there's like any hole either, I guess, in the ceiling or below. I'm guessing not on the ground.
yeah, when you go over to the end and look up, you do see that this tunnel seems to continue for a little bit and expand. Oh, my music is lagging. This tunnel seems to expand upwards, and then on the very end, you do see a little bit of a light coming through it, and you guess this is another exit, but much smaller, much harder to climb out of. It's definitely not as wide as that other one, and you get the sense, Nitria, that these, looking back to the path you took to come here, this tunnel here is very small. Actually, make a nature check.
Okay.
This tunnel here is very small and kind of cramped even. If it would fit nice, but looking around you and the size of these other tunnels, they seem very small for whatever this creature is. The one you came through, though, it seems much larger, and there are definitely marks on the ground, kind of leading to the other direction you guys didn't go. This one
Alright.
here, this one tunnel here, is much smaller and has no marks around it.
I'm guessing this is where it came in when it was a wee bab.
Maybe so.
You guess, if you were to guess, Nitria, you would say that this creature seems to try to strike at things in the surface using these smaller tunnels, but if it has big things to drag, like a humanoid corpse, it would use the other hole. And you shudder to think for a moment that this thing, whatever it is big enough to drag humans or humanoids.
Speaking about the hole in the other path, do we want to double back and check the other path before we continue on the one we found? I mean, to make sure that we know how many of these things are here before we start fighting them if possible.
Yeah, it could be an idea.
It's an idea, yeah.
So all of you guys start doubling back, making your way to the way where you began, and you go to the other tunnel, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you start following down that tunnel, and as soon as you walk a little bit in, you do notice that there seems to be some sort of underground river. And looking at the very corner, you even see that there seems to be a small hole of sorts further down that way, and this seems to be a small, very small underground lake. But
What condition is the water, can we tell?
make a nature check.
I am not good with that.
But go ahead and make one, Ojuk.
It's water. I know nothing else.
It's very cool, chill water, but aside from that, you couldn't really tell.
It is wet.
But you do notice that there are no track marks here in this path. The tunnel keeps going down, but you further to your right. But there doesn't seem to be track marks there. In fact, some of this portion does not even seem as burrowed. This lake portion here seems like it was naturally there already.
You know, guys, I have an idea actually. Since the beast seems to always walk the same tunnel, I can actually leave a hunting trap in the area that the beast used to travel with. So we'll be forced to walk on the trap before reaching it.
I mean, a trap's a good idea, says the kobold.
Yeah, we could place it like here, for example, and this seems to be a tunnel that the beast need to pass in order to reach the outside and to reach us. And after we set the trap, we lure it out by making noise, or yeah, we must look like prey to it.
What sort of trap do you have in mind, though? All we have at the moment is dirt.
With myself, I have a hunting trap. Okay, out of character, I need to see how it actually works. But it was part of my character.
You mean a bear trap, or you mean a snare trap?
I think it's a snare, but I need to check to be sure.
It'd have to be a big snare, I think.
Big
Even
enough to catch a
large
bear.
snare.
Well, he weighs 25, so he has to be something big.
So we want to bother going all the way back around to set this trap, or do we want to set it on the other side of this water spot?
Well, it seems the beast doesn't walk near the water, so it will never trigger the trap here.
Yeah, but if we splash around in the water, it might think there's something in here.
That's true, but I mean, he lives here, and it's very unnatural for a beast to not explore its own territory. So the water in some way must repel it.
Well, if we could get it here and trap it and get it in the water, that might make it easy to kill.
Ah, that's also possible. If we knew what kind of beast we were facing.
It's a big roach.
Well,
That's how it was described.
we found some chickens that didn't seem really chickens. I don't trust that druid ability to describe animals, to be honest.
She is right next
You
to
say
you.
as she is here with us.
Well, okay. Never mind.
Wormis, she
Yeah.
looks up at you, squinting a little bit, kind of like, well, it
They are
already
sort
took,
of chickens.
It already took all of my chickens. I only have 2 left, so no chickens. Leave my chickens be, you. So,
Like
buddy.
maybe set this trap here and see if we can't lure it.
Question as player, who is the other one that didn't have dark vision?
Hauser, the big moose.
Okay.
But well, now I have the lantern.
The torch, and that means you don't have to have your torch out, and you can just fight normal.
Yeah, I can actually use the antler idea.
So we're just gonna take the poor moose and tie this eternally burning lantern to his ear, to his antler. Why do I feel
I'm
bad
sure you
about
could
this?
just wedge it in there, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then we will never speak about this again.
And your name will be Nightlight.
I mean, the kobold has horns too. We could just tie it to him.
Yeah, but he's got dark vision. Why does he need that?
I mean, I do still see better in the light, so...
Yeah, but I mean, Ulcer's, he's our barbarian. He can handle a little extra aggro. He can be, yeah. I like that idea of him as a nightlight. I should shut up now.
It's all big and safe.
So, party, what is the plan?
Well, definitely we can set the trap, but well, you decide which one is better. I suspect it's better to use it in the road that he always travel, but yeah, making noise and attract it could be another good idea.
I think we.
But if we attract it, we have the risk that it will actually crawl in the lower part and then reach behind us here, and the trap will be useless in this point.
That's true.
We
It
actually risk
could
that the trap will
also-
trigger on ourselves.
It could also just burrow through the walls.
Yeah, but that'd take it time, and we'd hear it. I think.
Yeah, and the material is irony, which means it takes time to borrow it.
Hmm.
I'm still the mindset we should set the trap somewhere this way and do our best to attract it that way.
I mean, if it's that large, you would at least be able to hear it moving.
I still have a couple oil flasks. I have another way we could royally see about getting it going.
Yeah. Also, the trap itself will do damage and will also avoid movement from the beast. So the moment it's trapped, we can actually throw everything we have.
Well, I was saying if we want to throw an oil flask down one of these tunnels, we can have some fire going.
Yeah, but the fire will actually make it run away.
It could
Okay.
ensure it goes down one tunnel instead of the other.
So do we want to set the trap at one tunnel and set off a flask at the other?
Yeah, that could work.
Okay, I'll take out an oil flask and start fiddling with trying to stick a rag in the end of it. Who's gonna plant it?
Well, what the oil flask idea plants it.
Okay. So I'll circle around and go start the oil flask in my tinder and head back to you guys. You want to start setting the trap?
So, where are you setting the fire trap, Leo? Urshu? Alright, what kind of trap is that?
Me, I'll just be igniting a bit of rag in the end of an oil flask, and in time, assuming it doesn't go out, it will ignite itself once the rag burns down to the point where the oil ignites and blows up the flask.
Alright, that's a little bit intricate, but sure, I will say that you have...
It's less a trap and more a attention seeker.
Yeah, I would say you can light it up, and it will last for about a minute.
Okay.
With the amount of rags you manage to scrounge. You also suppose that as soon as you set it up, you'll have about 1 minute before the flames go. So you set the trap, and then you have 1 minute before the thing explodes and goes into flames.
So how far up these tunnels do we want to try and... Because, I mean, I'm afraid of going too far up the tunnel by myself. I don't want to get whatever's in there chasing me. So,
how long would it take us to go from here all the way down to here, based on previous travel?
Not too long. About less than half a minute.
Okay.
okay. So y'all want me to, you want me to set the flask over by the water side, and you want to set up the trap in that other wavery tunnel that we first...
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Let
set the
us
trap.
head this way. Halcyon can set the trap. You give us, say, 10 minutes, and then set your thing and run over.
Alright.
Okay. So are you setting the trap about-ish here? Where I put it? Oh, if only you could see the icon that I put it. Wait, you should be able to see the icon. Oh yes, you cannot see because of light shenanigans. But I will say you put the flame thing over there, and the trap thing about over there. Does that sound right?
Put the fire about here, Doug.
Okay. Sure. The fire's over there and the trap is right at that place where I put it, or?
Is that what you guys want
that one's up to you.
So
I will light the rag fuse, slightly oiled rag fuse on the oil flask, and then head running back to them where they're setting up the trap.
okay. Hauser, are you setting the trap here where I put it, or elsewhere? Oh, okay.
Here where I'm pinking, I don't know if you can see it. Okay.
It's a little bit hard to see blue and brown, but I can see it now. So you, Hauser, make a stealth check. As you start to set up this
Yes,
trap.
yes.
You, Juk,
Oh, that's me.
do the
Should
same
I do
thing.
that too?
Yes.
Seem to have a problem with the character sheet, which is not loading for some reason.
So,
Stealth is not rolling?
The character sheet is not appearing.
You might
Oh,
have
no.
you might have got
Are you
it
in the right tab?
minimized it.
Oh, could be.
Oh,
I'm
yeah, there's
refreshing the window.
It was hesitating to
No,
bear
of
the
course.
bad news.
well, the best laid plans. My stealth check totally failed.
Oh no.
I must have knocked some rocks or something. Burned myself. I don't know.
I don't know. Does an explosion give you advantage or disadvantage?
It wouldn't explode right off.
I
Just
know.
lighting it.
Give me a second. I have a weird bug. I need to close the browser and reopen it because the character sheet is not appearing at all.
Okay.
And it's not minimized. It's simply completely white.
Oh wow.
Okay, when he gets that figured out, Doug, you can tell me what happens.
I will.
I'm scared.
Run for your life.
Let me look at the wiki. Not the wiki. The book to see what oil flask does. Because this is tricky.
No, that was my stealth to see if I didn't disturb the bug while setting it. I could roll something to see if I did that other part right. Is that what you want me to do?
No,
But
no.
I bumbled my stealth.
I think the idea is that while you were making it, you had to roll stealth to see if it noticed you making it, and it's probably going to try and attack you while you're making it.
Uh-huh.
So
Which probably means
And
boom.
problem solved.
okay.
So I can do the
Yay.
stealth check too.
Please do. Let's see how that goes. Oh, much better. So Hauser and the rest of the party, I assume they are around you. In fact, not only is the party around you, but I will put your guys' icons in there because it's relevant now. So there's a Hauser, there's a Nitria. None of you can see very well. Actually, Hauser, you also attached the torch on your horns, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Nitria is staying really close to him.
So you don't have dark vision, but you are emitting light. So you should be a little beacon of light. Because I'm
I'm a sparkle moose.
gonna delete the party
Sparkle Moose.
token, and now you is a light source, pretty much.
You
Rav,
should also delete that light source where the dead guy was, because that's what we took.
I cannot. That's part of the map.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Zach, Ravrov, Nitria, and Hauser, the four of you are there. Within reason, you can position yourselves.
I'll probably attempt to hide around the corner.
All right. And Ojuk, you are actually over here on the other side. So
Yeah.
you start working on setting up the trap. Oh, would you look at that? You guys do not show up on the stream, sadly. Unless I do something here real quick. So Ojuk, what happens is you start to set up the trap, and as you're doing that, you suddenly notice and realize, as you're preparing the flask with oil and such, you look up and you see in the distance a pair of eyes further down this tunnel. And this pair of eyes, it looks at you and starts to hiss. And as it does, you see some sickly green saliva slithering down its mandibles. And for a moment, you panic, and you are not even able to finish fully setting up your trap. You kind of just let go of it completely. And then the flask crashes on the floor with the rag that was aflame, and it bursts in flame. And unfortunately, you are close enough to it, so you are ignited. You take 5 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
Run, bitch, run.
However, as soon as that happens, you take your fire damage, and you look back. You can see now that I'll need to have the party token, I'm afraid. As that happens, you see that whatever this creature was on the other side of the tunnel, it ran away. It seems averse to the flames, and it ran away, skittering back into the darkness. And you imagine that it's gonna be running and probably come out of the other side, but you have taken some damage, and you quickly step away from the flame.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna run into the water, actually.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Sure.
Just run into the water.
Okay.
Stop, drop, and drown.
You.
Stop, drown, and roll.
Stop, drop, burn, cry, and die.
Stop, drown, and sink.
You do that, Leo. You run up to the. You run up to the water and you soak yourself, extinguishing the flames that were burning you up until now. That's nice. Okay, now you guys should be visible on the stream. It's awkward, but it's what I can do. So,
I mean, we discovered that water with the perception roll that was so low. I kind of expected it was car battery acid or something like that.
I'm glad it's not. Well, it didn't burn my skin when I tested it.
it would have been funny if it were, but fortunately it isn't. It's just water. And you extinguish the flames on you, Ojuk, as you and the rest of the party hear hissing coming from the other side, and all of you now hear coming from down this tunnel something. You hear skittering steps, but those sound a little bit louder and sound a little bit more menacing. So, party, as you are there just expecting the worst, you do see coming around the corner and running towards you a big insect-like creature. I would like all four of you, Reverov, Nitria, Hauser, and Zach, to make another. Actually, Hauser, you're good, but Reverov, Nitria, Zach, make a stealth check. Oh boy. Okay. Actually, Reverov, you're a little bit on the back behind everyone, so you're good. But those of you who are in the front, you're trying to do your best to stay to the walls and be unseen. And then a creature comes around the corner. It notices you, but it keeps coming, apparently almost disregarding you. And as it passes on top of the trap, it triggers. Actually, it would stop there. It triggers the trap, and what it does is the creature makes a dex save. Ooh! It rolls a natural 1 on that save.
Should we roll initiative now?
Yeah. Well, do we get like a surprise round? Because we were waiting for it?
No, the creature was alerted to something. It was not surprised.
Okay.
But you strung a trap and it is restrained. Yes, do roll initiative.
Well, this was more straightforward than I expected.
I mean, one of our party, got blown up in fire. But other than that, yeah.
Oh yeah, but his sacrifice is not in vain.
Yeah.
You guys don't even know I got blown up.
I
Unless you
know.
heard the noise.
Well, I mean, we would have assumed the explosion was the explosion we were expecting, so...
That and the blood-curdling scream and splash that followed.
So, Ojuk, unfortunately, you're a little bit far away to really be useful in this combat as it is. You're about-ish. I would be nice and say that you're there as the creature comes around the corner to the rest of the party. And it will take you a while for you to get there. But the creature rolls shit initiative and goes last. Look at that. So, all of you hear this explosion on the other side, this fiery noise. And as it happens, you get the sense that, oh boy, something happened to Ajuk. And then you all hear this skittering noise, this creature coming around the corner, getting its legs trapped in the hunting trap that Hauser put down, and stopping immediately. As it moves forward, you see kind of the chains yank as the creature keeps trying to move forward, but then it looks at all of you look at the creature. The creature only notices you hiding there in the back sack. You're not very well hidden. And we're into combat, so I would like you, Ojuk, to tell me what you are doing.
I am just going to dash and get as far as I can. That's my turn.
Alright, that is indeed your turn. So, you dash, get sort of closer to combat, to where the party is. And that's your turn. Nitria, you're up next. What are you doing? Oh yeah, sorry.
How?
Before we begin, I completely forgot that the goblin lady is behind that Reveroth.
How far is Hauser's light going?
60 feet, I guess? No, 30, yeah, 30 feet.
I think it's a total of 60. It's like 30 bright light and another 30 dim light.
So, if Nitria ran up to it, would she be able to see it well enough to hit it?
Yes,
right
you would.
now?
You would, yes.
Okay, then yeah, she'll do that. 5, 10, 15,
If Hulser puts on
20.
his aura effect, you can see his light.
Yeah, I can't see the light right now. But yeah, Nitra's gonna run up and katana.
Alright, Nitra goes up ahead, katanas the creature. Yeah, Warmiz goes 12 on the initiative. You go up to the creature, looking up at this gigantic insect-like creature. It does not seem nice, does not seem good.
Actually,
yes?
can I retroactively, because I am trying to get used to this, the quarry mark. I have the quarry mark.
Oh yeah, I have a quarry mark, sure.
Yeah, I'd like to bonus action quarry mark it, and then attack it, so it's just an extra 1 damage.
Sure. So retroactively you remember, oh yeah, I can mark those creatures. That's my whole gist as a class. And you'll quarry mark this creature, and then you go and strike at it, and that's 7 points of damage.
Oh, it's 8. The quarry mark adds another 1.
True that. So the creature takes
And
some damage and hisses at you.
And she's going to yeet.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that's as far as she can go.
Mm-hmm. So next up is you, Hulser. What are you doing?
Okay. With the bonus action, I'm gonna trigger Rage. Then I'm gonna run.
Up to the creature. And okay, I'm afraid that does it. So Hulser, you kind of.
Oh no!
You're going through your moose rage and just kind of charges at the creature and strikes at it with your great axe, and dealing.
Yeah, I actually did 8 damage because there is the bonus for the rage.
That is true. Guys, just need to let me know every once in a while how that goes.
True.
But-
And there should be also the 1d4 damage for the trap when he trigger it.
He already took that damage
Oh, okay, no problem.
when he triggered the trap. On the creature's turn, he can try and do something else. So, watching this from the back, Worm is kind of trying to look around you, Reveroth, going like, "What's going on? Are they winning? Are they winning?" And she just kind of stays there, not doing much. Zach.
Right. So it's restrained, so attacks against it have advantage, don't they?
Come again?
Oh, then I forgot to calculate advantage.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Wait,
okay, Goose.
what did you say? It's not
It's
not restrained. The hunting trap does
No?
not give. Weirdly, it does
Okay.
not give it the restrained condition.
Oh,
Yeah, it simply stops moving.
Yeah, it cannot move,
okay.
but it's not restrained.
Okay. I take it based on whatever. I'm not sufficiently hidden from it to get advantage on attack either.
Nope, it notices you.
Okay. Sadness. Well, I will pull out my crossbow and take a shot at it.
Alright. So, Zach, you pull up your light crossbow, trying to aim at the creature and lets loose a bolt, which hits, dealing significant damage. But the creature is looking very ruffled. It's not looking good at all. What else are you doing?
Shit. I still don't have any bonus actions, so I will stay here, I guess.
Okay. So next up, Reveroth.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to a spot where I can see. That's actually a valid spot and not within the wall, right?
Not really, no. More than half of that square is...
Well, then we'll go up here.
Sure. The creature is the only exception because it kind of burrows.
Squeezing
And
anyway.
then I will Hexblades curse this thing.
Sure. Let me pull another Hunter's Marketing. There you go. I guess that works.
And
All of
That one.
try to Eldritch Blast.
All right. So you conjuring
that
up
crit.
all of your arcane power. You direct it at your eldritch power. You're directed at this creature that is crawling and blasting it in the face. It seems
He
to
rolled a 19, so he actually crit on that.
Does he?
So
Yeah,
Hexblade's
with
curse
Hexblade's
increases.
curse.
Yeah, roll another d10.
Oh yeah, that is true. Well, you don't need to roll another d10. 8 was what you needed to kill this thing, and this thing had 8 hit points, so yeah, it ploofs.
Oh.
Which means I get hit points back that I don't need.
Yep. So the creature just collapses to the ground, occupying a portion of this tunnel, which we'll not consider. And even though you see the creature stops moving, you hear skittering further down the tunnel. Is anyone else doing anything else?
I'm gonna go down and join the party.
No, wait. We're still in combat order, so I'm just. I meant
Oh.
to say, Revrot, are you doing anything else?
If that's dead, I'll just take a couple steps closer to Halcyon.
Okay. So get closer to the creature, examining it. It looks dead, and you also see that it's frothing from its mandibles by the side of its mouth. It looks sickly. It looks horrible, and who knows? Whatever this creature is, it looks bad. But it didn't look rabid when you first saw it. It just looked sickly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe they're carriers? You know, spreading the disease but not be affected by it.
Hmm.
Alright. Oh, what a conundrum. So, what happens next is, as all of you guys are there, pondering what the hell is this creature, what's going on, you just see mandibles poking out of the wall as the earth beside you, Ravroff and Hauser, gets burrowed. And another one of those creatures pokes out of the wall.
Mistakes were made.
Right in front of you. And as it sees the two of you and the rest of the party around, it's gonna go ahead and... Well, you guys are not in a line, which is sad, so it's gonna attack and probably only get Ravrot and Hauser. So I would like the two of you, Ravrot, Hauser, make a dexterity saving throw. Alright. So Ravrov, you just see as this creature looks at all of you, frothing at its mouth, and it just seems to kind of recoil back a little bit, and then it just seems to spittle all over you guys. You just see this splash of the sickly green liquid, and when it hits you, it starts corroding you, and it hurts because it's acid. So, Ravrov, you managed to dodge a little bit out of the way, but still take 4 points of acid damage.
I warned you. They come through the walls.
And you, Halser, you fail your saving throw, so you take the full 9 points of damage.
Oof.
So that's the surprise creature's turn. Next up is Ojuk.
Well, let me take a measurement here. Yeah, I'm gonna move down beside our druid guide lady, and I can't see anything from there. I think I can see anything from either of the spaces. Well, I guess I will ready a thing of trying to hit a bug with a sling if I can see a bug, because that's the only thing I can do.
Alright.
I'm not sure if it's gonna go very far unless it murders our tanks.
So I'm readying a sling attack on a bug if I can actually see it, but I don't think I can.
You cannot. There's a wall that blocks your vision.
You could have always dashed, but nah.
Yeah, you're using your action to ready the attack action. So that's your turn. Nitria, you're up next. What are you doing?
First thing, bonus action, I can move my quarry mark from the one that just died to the new one.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that.
It is quarry marked.
She's gonna move in and hold on. There we go.
All right.
That probably does not hit.
Yes, as you try to go and hit this creature, you have a hard time trying to decide where to hit because it is in the wall, and As you try to strike at the creature, it just seems to lunge back into the wall, and you just hit stone and gravel. Send some of it flying on Revrot's face, kind of just covers himself, and you miss the creature.
Okay, and then she's gonna do her hit and run. 10, 15, 20, she can move back there.
Yep. I'm realizing this feat, mobility, is super annoying.
Oh yeah,
Trust me, if you put on a rogue, it is terrifying. Actually, also Step of the Wind from a monk
Yeah.
would also work.
Yeah, a monk with mobility is a hilarious thought.
Yeah,
So, Halser, what are you doing?
throw into Tabaxi.
Well, I guess it's big axe time again.
The best time.
Alright, so Halser, you try to strike at it, but the creature just seems to recede into the wall, and you completely miss it. Striking at the walls and looking at the creature, it seems to be using all the walls and the cavern as camouflage and protection, and you just can't get to it.
Damn it. Well, I stay there.
Alright. Next up, War Mist, she just...
Would she be nice enough to heal me?
She, as War Mist looks at you, Ojuk, you're kind of flaming a little bit, and she looks, oh no, you have such a bad boo-boo, here, let me treat you. And she goes and casts Cure Wounds on you, and you heal 10 hit points.
Nice.
So you're better, and she's burning through spells, look at that. And as she looks at you and she sees Nitria running back, she's like, oh, are you winning? Is it done? Can we go now?
No, I don't recommend going out there.
And next up is Zach.
Well, I'm gonna shift to the side so I have a better shot. And I'm just going to fire my crossbow at it again.
Sure.
For the first time. Let's see. Light crossbow.
Alright, that hits. You, even though the creature keeps kind of poking its head in and out of this wall hole, when it comes, you shoot your crossbow, hit it right in the face, kind of cracking a little bit its chitinous shell that it uses for protection, and finally dealing some damage to this big ass creature here. But it still looks very hardy and very ready to fuck some shit up.
That's it for my turn. Actually, no, I ducked back behind the wall.
Alright. Next up is you, Revrov. What are you doing?
Oh, I am hating this place, is what I'm doing. I am going to cast nothing because I don't have a spell slot left. I will... I also can't do Eldritch Blast because it's too close, so...
you can disengage as an action.
Yeah, I should have, but I tried to thwap it instead, and it did not work.
Oof.
Alright, so Revrov, as you try to go and strike at the creature with your quarterstaff, holding it and two-handing it and going to strike at the creature, it sees your attack coming and it bites with its strong jaws, mandibles at your quarterstaff. You kind of struggle a little bit, and it yanks it from your hand and throws its head to the side, and your quarterstaff goes flying down the room towards Zach, and it disarms you.
Well, that's not nice. I'll risk an attack of opportunity and go over here.
Okay, so you see your only weapon being flung out of your hand, you decide, well, this is not a fun place to be, and decide to yeet. And when you do, the creature tries to strike at you, and hits with a 14, which I believe is your armor class.
It is exactly my armor class.
Alright, so Revrov, as you try to run away, the creature goes ahead and deals, oh boy, 10 points of slashing damage.
I'm down.
Plus 1 point of acid damage.
I'm already down.
Okay. So, Hauser, you just see Revrov trying to strike at this creature, getting his quarterstaff taken out of his hand, and then he tries to run the other way, and just as he does, the creature lunges forward and strikes at him. He bites onto his side and trashes with him a little bit before letting go, and when he does, you hear that sizzling, burning noise from the acid, and Revrov just falls down unconscious beside you.
Horrible question.
Yes?
Is the acid part of the bite, or is it an after damage?
I have no idea, but I'm considering it part of the thing because that's it.
I'm
Nice.
pretty sure it's part of the bite.
It's
Okay.
part of the attack.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he's
it's
down,
additional
no
damage.
extra death saving throw.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah.
It's just down,
Yeah.
very down. And after seeing that one of the creatures is down, this big ass bug is gonna attack you, Halser, and that's gonna be a It misses with a 7. It tries to strike at you, Halser, but you shift in just a way to block that the torch just lights up its face, and it kind of goes for you, but then it kind of stops and reels back a little bit. You're an effective night light, and it does not seem happy to deal with you for now. But it's gonna keep burrowing out of the wall and move a little bit outside of there, because it's not having a fun time knowing that, hey, my place is burning. So it runs over here. At which point you, Ojuk, get to do your attack. You're ready.
Shit.
Attack.
I wonder if I can stab around the wall.
No, you had ready a sling attack.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna get
Yeah.
slinged.
Yeah.
So I can see, and here comes the sling.
I did not expect you to actually get the attack off this round.
And
Never mind.
No.
So, Ojuk,
that figures out the wall there.
as you go to sling at the creature, you start spinning your sling, and then when you go to release, Warmis, who's beside you, she kind of walks up to you and says, "Oh wait, you still have a boo-boo here." And she kind of gets in your way, and you're like, and you lose the motion of the spinning, and when you look back, the opportunity is gone, and the Unkeg is aware of you now, and tries to, not be hit. So, but regardless, it's your turn right now, so what are you doing?
Alright, I guess I'm gonna step forward and lance the bug, because it's something to do.
Sure. The amount of natural ones we're rolling here now.
Oh dear. I guess I'll spend extra movement to move on to the other side of her and lance the bug.
Sure. So you kind of step around Nitria and looking up at the creature, try to lunge at it with the two-hand lance, and it notices it coming. It seems to just bat it away with its mandibles, kind of using it as a fighting technique. And your strike goes wide to the side, and you almost lose your balance for a little bit, but you regain it and spins back in place. But that's your action. Are you doing anything else?
That'd be all my turn.
Okay, Nitria, you're up.
So, question.
Yes.
I'm guessing it's fit pretty snug into the cavern, so there's no space above it, or is it fairly squat?
It's very snug. There's no place above or below it. But you just saw it burrow through a wall, so
Okay. Oh, I was asking for acrobatics reasons, but that's not gonna work. So, yeah, she's gonna go up
and katana.
If you go 2 squares down, you flank with Halser.
Oh. Well, I mean, I hit anyway, but I didn't know I could go in that spot.
Yeah, you can. That one spot you can. So you move up to a more advantageous spot and flanking with Halser, you go and strike at it, and you manage to hit the creature, dealing 8 points of slashing damage as you just cut it, part of it, upwards. In an upwards motion.
Nitra is actually going to hold her ground right now.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Is that initiative correct? I guess, yeah.
People are rolling shit. Hauser needs the bonus.
So, Halser, you're up now. What are you doing?
Yay. Moose, axe, now!
You're still raging. You're furious. You try to hit the creature and you miss with an 11. As it,
Damn it.
God damn it.
you're rolling so many 9s. What's going on? As you try to strike at the creature, it seems to lift up one of its legs just in time for your swing to go completely wide, and it hits the other leg with much less force, and it just glides off harmlessly. And you still have your movement and bonus action if you want to do something.
I can't really do anything. I'm just staying here.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna square. Actually, a couple of squares here to allow more flanking.
Okay. So you reposition yourself behind the creature, still holding your axe, still emitting some light and trying just to get in position to, help everyone else. And War Miss, she sees this bug coming out and she's like, "Oh no, that's a big one. Okay, tell me when you win against it." And she starts just kind of stepping a little bit closer towards this wall here, kind of just hiding, and she takes the dodge action. So, Zach, what are you doing?
I'm gonna duck out of cover and try and get a better shot at it because all these tall people are now running in the way.
Yeah.
So I will fire a crossbow through their legs
Sure.
at the bug monster.
And you hit. You kind of come behind Nitria, holding onto her as sort of support as you aim your crossbow, and shoot square in the creature's kind of chest, abdomen region, and you see your bolt sinking into it, and just as it does, some ichor splashes out of it, and the creature is below half health. It's bloodied. Are you doing anything else?
I'm gonna take cover again.
Sure. Sounds wise. So Revrov, you're down on the ground. You're still sizzling a little bit, part of your body. Make a death saving throw.
Oh dear.
Oh shit!
So
Come
Revrov,
back with 1 hit point.
you at the beginning of your turn, you come back with 1 hit point. You're still prone on the ground, but you just kind of shake and says, "It's not my time yet," or something heroic like that, and you stand up, or rather,
Not at level 1.
you're not at level 1 indeed.
I am going to stand up and go behind the wall.
Okay.
Before I completely go behind the wall, I am going to shoot off an Eldritch Blast because I'm far enough away now.
Sure you are. So you get up, look at the creature, and start casting a Eldritch Blast at it, kind of woozily and dizzily walking away. You're still not fully recuperated from having just, got knocked out unconscious, and you're still dizzy, so you miss. But still, you manage to hide behind the wall. Safely, you assume.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Next up, the creature is still trying to get away because someone set fire to its cave, so it's gonna It's gonna attack you, Holster. Because you are trying to stop it from moving away. Ooh, it hits. Natural 19 plus whatever. So Holster, you get hit by an attack from this monster. You suffer... Oh my, so shitty damage. So you suffer...
Okay.
5 points of slashing damage and 3 points of acid damage, so that's 7 total. No, 8 total.
I'm actually resistant to slashing because I'm in range.
So you suffer only 1 point of slashing damage.
It's 1 plus 5 acid.
3 acid. So only 4 points of damage total. Which...
So losing the temporary health.
Yeah. So Halser, you're still super great. Full health. Look at that.
I'm basically beef.
Yeah. And still seeing you standing up, the creature's not gonna try and move away because you're all trying to cut it down, but it's gonna stay there. It does not recover its thing. Next up is Ojuk.
Lance.
Go for it. Seeing everyone now trying to strike at the creature, you go hold your lance with another posture and try to strike at it, and you hit. Roll for damage. You pierce a hole into this creature's chitinous shell, and when all of you hear this very audible crack as it does, and then you pull back and spin your lance into another position and just wait for another opening to strike again. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Nitria. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Shit. I moved up for advantageous position. That's a 17 hit.
It hits, so flanking with Holster, you go for, you kind of run, slashing at the creature as you do with your katana, which hits the creature and deals a big amount of damage as you crack some of its chitinous shell. The creature looks very woozy and dizzy. It kind of barely has the strength to keep itself aloft. It looks very bad and close to dying.
She's still gonna hold her ground.
Alright. So, lastly, that finishing your turn, Halser, you're up.
Okay, trying to attack.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, finally.
Yes!
You hit with a 26. So, Halser, as you go to strike at this creature who's
Max damage.
knocked out one of your companions who has been causing problems not only for you and your companions, but also probably for the whole village, as you imagine this is the source of the disease. Tell me how you strike down this creature.
So much gore.
So instead of just striking at the creature from where you are, you decide to run in. You kind of get below the creature, running towards it, and just striking upwards, kind of just cutting it as you go. Now, just one strike, 1, 2, 3, several strikes, cutting off legs and cutting off parts of this creature's body, and all of you just hear the hissing of acid splashing against the walls as Halser kind of goes into a frenzied rage, cutting up this creature into pieces and stops right in front of you, Ojuk and Nitria, with a final slash as the creature head is lopped off and spins on the air and lands on the ground close to you, Zach. Completely destroyed at this point.
Nice.
And as all of you look around yourselves, you don't hear any more skittering noise. The only finally all allow yourself to calm down, and the only noise you hear is a very faint crackling of fire in the distance. So,
Well, we'll see if Warma will treat Rav and check the rest of this thing. Make sure there aren't any more of these things.
All right.
Yeah, we should explore it all.
Okay, so to expedite a little bit of the rest of this thing, you guys just go to the end of the cavern where you find
Oh no, eggs.
a nest full of glowing eggs. And apparently you killed all of its babies. I mean, you killed the parents, and now all that's left is the babies, glowing with a sickly green as they did.
I think we should probably take care of these.
I still have one more oil flask if we pile them all up.
Let's take a couple and give them to the city so they can maybe come up with an antidote for whatever the fuck is going on,
Excellent idea. So yeah,
and then burn the rest of them.
we'll take like
Also,
3 of
it's
them and torch
Really
them.
tempting to keep one as a pet, which is a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's a horrible idea.
Nitra is
I
like
want to
side
say
eyes
that.
him.
Yeah, that's
Uh.
immediate party ban.
Imagine riding an oncake into battle. It's amazing.
So, as all of you get into this final room where all the eggs are, you do notice that all of these eggs seem to have this sickly green quality to them, and not entirely sure why that is, but it seems that these two creatures not only had this disease, but apparently were ready to breed and have more little kegs that would go around corrupting and infecting everyone. But you managed to put a stop to it, apparently. And you see the small goblin wormies kind of coming from behind all of you guys and saying, "Is it done? Have you won finally?
Yeah, I think that the big ones are dead anyway.
Are my chickens gonna be safe now?"
Mostly.
Probably.
As long as none of these hatch.
She looks at the cave full of eggs and she's like, "Ugh. Well,
Okay, I've got 3 eggs in my pack, or not pack, in a belt pouch. Let's pile them all together and we'll just torch the rest.
alright." So, the goblin druid, she picks up some of these eggs as well, puts into her bag to study later, and as you pick the other eggs, and you throw torches at them to, burn them, more oil and set fire to this whole mess, you see that some of these eggs start cracking and exploding, and as they do, some acidic liquid starts seeping out and sizzling as well. And now you hear the crackling of fire burning there, some acid oozing out of these eggs, and this cavern quickly starts emitting this noxious gas that makes your eyes tear a little bit because of all the smoke and the acid in it, and you decide, well, our job here is done, let's not stay here any longer.
Yeah, I'd probably also save an egg for science reasons.
Alright. So all of you manage to scrounge up 1 or 2 or 3 of those eggs and burn the rest, because good riddance. And then, party. Following the druid, you go back to her hut, where you find Captain Crimson, who seems to be awake now. By the way, you climb out of the hole and you recover your rope, Ojuk.
Good.
And Ravroff, you also get back your quarterstaff that was flung halfway down the cave.
Can I actually get back the trap?
Get what?
Get back the trap I used, or it's one use only?
Yeah, you can get it back. The creature was killed before it could try to break it, so yeah, you still have the trap. So you pick back your trap. Some of you get some of your equipment that was tossed around. None of you actually got to use the potion of acid resistance, so good riddance, I suppose.
One moment, door.
Sure thing. Mute your microphone. So all of you guys go back to the druid's hut where Captain Crimson is healing. Fairly well, it would seem. He seems a little bit recuperated. He seems to have come back to his senses, to the point that he seems to be talking coherently now. He just seems a little bit dizzy, but other than that, he seems much better. He looks at all of you. You explain what happened, that the bugs apparently were the source of this problem, that they were burrowing on the underground and coming up to the surface and striking creatures, and whatever creature managed to survive got infected and ran away. And infected others.
So, if Captain Scarlet is good enough, healthy enough, maybe should we leave him here with her or take him back to his village?
He stands up and says, "Oh, I don't know what came over me, but I feel much better. I am much better. So, we
You
can
had
go,
goblin rabies.
we can go back." And the
Bug rabies.
the goblin, she watches all 6 of you depart, no longer carrying the hobgoblin. Now he's only carrying the stretcher on his hand as not to leave stuff behind. And the war mist just waves at you as all of you leave her house in the middle of the woods. The chickens kind of happily just pecking at the food that you left behind, some of those rations. And they seem much calmer now, in fact. One of them still is missing a wing, but hey, they're chickens. And you return to the goblin village, where as all 6 of you walk into the village, everyone seems much happy to see the captain walking on his own now. In fact, even all of you see, as you're walking towards the village, he's kind of limping a little bit, kind of walking weakly, but as he approaches the village, he seems to have a regained energy, and he corrects his posture and walks with an air of dignity to him. He nods to everyone, and Vishku, the other hobgoblin who had gone to the town, apparently has returned already, and he notices everyone coming on, and he just runs towards Captain Crimson. And the 2 of you this time around, they don't do that same like polite kiss. They actually go in full on kiss and embrace and hugging tightly, and you just see one consoling each other, and they just kind of hold each other there for a while before letting go, turning to the party and saying, we don't even know what to say. Well, we don't know what to say. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And they just seem at a loss for words, and they just seem also very contrite in their appreciation for what you have done for them. Finally, Captain Crimson just looks at all of you for a moment and says, "Well, I gotta commend you for a job well done, and I hope you understand if I don't walk with you back to the city, to Wildhaven, but this close encounter has got me, a little bit homesick, and I'll be staying for a while. But fret not, I will be back in a few days for we to return our trip to redemption. Also, here, he kind of seems to look around looking for his belongings, and he pulls out a little a coin. Seems shiny, and he hands off to one of you, to whoever's closest. I suppose would be Nitria. He hands it to you. This is a shiny silver coin, and there's a little bit of an inscription in it. It's not like official coin. It seems to have a symbol specific to the ship you have traveled in here, to the Flaming Dragon. And he nods at you and says, if any of you need anything from my ship, well, anything within reason, of course, from my ship, just show this to my crew, to Mars, my second in command. You remember him, the big Minotaur? Show that to him and tell him that I gave you permission to help yourselves through whatever you need. And thank you once again. I'll be seeing you in a few days. And then they kind of hold each other by the arm, like shoulder and shoulder, and the two of them just kind of walks towards their house, and Vishku leans his head on Captain Crimson's shoulder, and they walk together. And all the other goblins, goblins and bugbears that are watching from around, they just kind of look and start, hey, yay, the captain is back, hooray, and they cheer and clap a little bit. And the five of you are left here in the middle of this village, full of people who seem to still be cheering and clapping a little bit for you, for saving a very important person to them, it seems, and also with a token that you can use when you go back to the ship to, rest or get some supplies until you are about to resume your voyage to redemption in a few days. And that's where we're gonna end today's session, everyone.
That was a lot of fun.
I hope it was.
That was a nice change of pace.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, a couple near-death experiences for people.
I mean, you're level one.
One question for my own notes. How do you spell the goblin druid's name?
Yeah.
War Miss.
You and your goddamn names.
I mean, I used the name generator.
Oh no.
It's much better than the other, which was Vajin.
Oh no.
Damn.
That's
That would
another.
have warranted so many jokes.
That's another villager. So no, they're not the druid. But yeah, thank you guys so very much for joining me today for this game. By the way, all of you have leveled up, and you're level 2 now.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay.
Yay, we survived level 1. How much experience do we put in for that?
Just put like a million. It should show up the level up button, and then just click it and just level up once. If you go to settings,
just go into settings and
you
Yeah,
can.
I'm using... Oh, here, hold on.
You can
Yeah,
also
I'm going to the settings.
just go into settings, and there's a launch level up, something on the character Mancer. You can use that as well.
I'm using a custom class, so that does not... It's not a thing that happens.
it doesn't like it very much when you do that.
For those of you who are using custom classes, I guess you will have to do it manually, but you're smart, you have played D&D before, you know how this works. So yeah.
Hit points at level up. Do we roll them? Do we take the average? Do we pick?
One or the other, whichever you prefer.
Okay.
I now have 45 movement speed.
Oh no.
Did I get healed by the druid before he left?
Sure, why not? I mean,
I'll also steal some healing because I lost health at some point.
yeah, she heals. Oh, she spends all of her spell slots, but she heals you guys, and you're back at full.
Yay.
It's not like you're gonna use it, her spell slots for anything else anyway. which should be
Yeah, like-
fun for me now, updating the string thing with the new HPs and such. But yeah, we're not using experience points for this game. We're using milestones, so whenever I say you level up, you level up. But in case you're curious, this whole jaunt across the wood should have given you about 290 experience points for this party. Actually a little bit less, like 200, because you had some NPCs with you at some points. Although the NPC did fuck all, so there you go. And also saving the person also gets some experience out of itself for doing a quest. So you're level 2 now. Congratulations. Alright. Thank you guys so very much. And to the people over on Twitch, thank you so very much for watching and keeping up with us and all of our mess. Into the first game of my new campaign, Conquerors of Nolyn. I have yet no idea how frequent these are gonna be, so I'll be letting you guys know, I suppose, somehow. But other than that, be seeing you later. Goodbye, Twitch people. Have a good night or morning.